Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right. So shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys are having any difficulty with the audio or the visual, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout you out in appreciation of you being here early. All right. Shout out to my man DeAndre off the rip, enforcing the likes. Definitely appreciate it. Make sure y'all throw some like enforcers in the chat for my man DeAndre. Shout out to Alicia. Good to see you, Alicia. Make sure you guys throw some like enforcers in the chat for Alicia. Good to see her. Shout out to my man Lloyd Sky 9. What's good with it, bro? Good to see you as always. All right. So I don't know if anybody saw, but recently your girl Daisy was on the Whatever podcast, which is also something that we predicted. You guys remember when we were doing our live streams, we was doing our content, and we said, Joe, Daisy be really rolling around with the ops. You know what I'm saying? She's one of them type of people. So anybody that has any type of static or anybody that has any type of issue with Fresh and Fit, she gonna be right there. You know what I'm saying? She gonna be right there like flies on garbage. Boom, she on Whatever podcast. All right. Now, mind you, in between time, she had done a live stream with another woman. All right. I didn't react to that live stream. You know what I'm saying? Just it's already hard enough to do this kind of content as it is. I didn't react to that live stream, but I did watch it though. It was long, it was drawn out, it was a lot of splaining. All right. We're gonna watch a condensed version of it that your boy Anton Dotson, not Anton Dotson, your boy Anton Daniels, your boy Anton Daniels made. All right. So we're gonna check that out because the interesting thing that we have going on here is that although we got Fresh, who we know is kind of, you know what I'm saying, not the best character in the world, you got Daisy trying to go out on this Me Too crusade to try to Me Too Fresh Prince CEO, which I think is wild. It's wild. She's not trying to take any responsibility in this situation. All right. And I think that that's something that people need to pay very close attention to. Now, if you guys actually watched Whatever podcast, which the Whatever podcast ended up being 7 hours, which I find hilarious because so many of these low IQ, single digit brain cell having morons on YouTube like to leave in my comment section about the length of my live streams. It's only once in a blue moon when I do a live stream that's long. But I mean, man, all of those people could watch that boring Whatever podcast for a full 7 hours straight, which is amazing to me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Bronze God. What's good with it, bro? During that 7 hour live stream that nobody wrote in the comment section is too long on, the word coercion was brought up. Okay. And what was said was that Daisy is making the accusation that Fresh Prince CEO, quote unquote, coerced her into an abortion. Now, here's my question for you guys. Do you all feel that Fresh Prince CEO coerced Daisy into an abortion? If you guys think that she did, give me if you guys think that he did, give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that he did not, then give me a thumbs down. All right. The reason why is because use of that word coercion, there are quote unquote legal implications behind it, right? Now, speaking of legal implications, the last couple times that we heard from Daisy, according to her, she planned on putting together elements for a lawsuit. You guys remember that? If you guys remember Daisy speaking about a lawsuit, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember Daisy speaking about a lawsuit, give me a thumbs down. What I find fascinating is that in regards to this quote unquote lawsuit, the only person that's really not saying anything about it is Fresh Prince CEO. Daisy is going all over the place on every single podcast that'll let her talk which is probably the worst thing for her in this case, because like I said, no YouTuber exposes Daisy like Daisy exposes Daisy. And now she's on the Whatever podcast. And basically on the Whatever podcast, she ended up making a startling admission, which I believe could have negative implications on her quote unquote case if she does decide to take it to court, right? Now, again, I'm going to ask this question again. In this entire situation, is there anything that anybody has observed as a criminal act? If you've observed something that you feel is a criminal act with the Fresh CEO Daisy drama, please put it into the chat, all right? First thing we're going to do, we're going to take a look at what Anton Daniels had to say about this quote-unquote attempted Me Tooing, all right?
Hey. Hello. So, I guess you guys can recognize her, probably. And she was also on one of the podcasts, like Fresh and Fit. She was actually there in December episodes. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah. So I'm Noelle. I was on the Fresh and Fit podcast, and I'm the girl from Some of the Messages.
Okay, so now, mind you, this is Noelle. Noelle is one of the women from the Messages. She was also on the Whatever podcast before, and she was on the Whatever podcast this time, along with Daisy. Okay, shout out to my man AB Promotions. What's good with it, bro?
You've seen with Daisy. I'm basically here to just tell my side of the story, what happened with me and Fresh, how I met Daisy, and like what kind of happened with all of that. I just want to like put the truth out there.
Clout chasing is a hell of a drug, ain't it? I mean, a hell of a drug. I mean, these people that's practically not even relevant in most of our minds, we make them famous by even giving them an opportunity, and then they gonna try to Me Too you, big dog.
I don't usually agree with Anton Daniels, but so far in this video, I agree with everything that he's saying. Because again, what I'm trying to figure out is I think that the best route to do something, if Daisy actually thought that she was going to be able to do something, would be to just use the legal process, right? Now, using the legal process is completely different than using the quote unquote social media process. If you ask me, if you have a situation where you think that you're eligible for damages, or you think that you can prove some type of harm or some type of criminal act was done against you, the best course of action would be to do it completely through the legal process and not really put anything out on social media. And the reason why is not because we're out here, quote unquote, trying to silence women or anything like that, even though that's what the words will be twisted into. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that in most cases, a lawyer will recommend that you stay silent and let the lawyer represent you, because if you have a lawyer then becomes your alternative mouthpiece, which the lawyer is able to utilize his knowledge of the legal proceedings and the laws to be able to voice communication in a way where you won't damage your reputation or any kind of information that may come out that could possibly create issues or bottlenecks with your case. That's one of the reasons for hiring a lawyer, right? Like I said with Daisy, every time Daisy talks, new information comes up or she makes herself look worse. So I know that if she were to have gotten a lawyer, the lawyer would have more than likely said, let me handle all communication. Probably one of the reasons why Fresh isn't saying too much, because Fresh probably actually has a lawyer. All right. But again, we're going to see. We're going to follow this thing all the way through.
I mean, seriously, your biggest moments come from getting bust down. And now you over here recruiting other chicks from getting bust down from a show. We're going to get more on that later. Let's continue, man.
About the kind of guy that Fresh is, because people need to know, if there's people doing bad things out there, like they shouldn't get away with it.
Right. And can you tell us your side of story and how you met Fresh?
Yeah. So basically, I had gone on a different podcast. My videos were circulating. And then I've always followed the Fresh and Fit podcast. But one day I saw a reel that Fresh was on. I followed him. A couple hours later.
All right. So let me ask y'all this. You know how back in the day they used to have the video vixens? I think moving forward into the future, the new thing that we're going to see is that it's no longer going to really be video vixens. What we're going to actually have is podcast vixens. It's going to be all these different women that get famous off of going to all these different podcasts, busting dudes down and having a story about it. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be surprised if the new Superhead 2.0 comes from being a podcast jumper. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
He DM'd me and he's like, come to Miami. And I was like, I'm actually scheduled to be on the podcast in January. He was like, oh shit, he didn't even realize I was scheduled. So then we were DMing back and forth, and then he planned for me to come out sooner because it was my birthday in December. He was like, you know, I want to take you out. Like, I want to get to know you. I want to give you a good time. So he like offered to pay for my flight. I told him, I was like, you know, it's okay. Like, I was already planning to come out there.
Never offer to pay for their flight. Never offer to pay for their flight. The only time that you bring them out is when you.
Now, I want you guys to pay close attention to this part about offer to pay for the flight, right? Because now what we have, and if you guys watch the full 7-hour whatever podcast, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, these two, Noel and Daisy, are now saying that guys who fly women out are quote unquote trafficking. And then they go on to make the comparison and compare Fresh to quote unquote R. Kelly. So I want you guys to understand this, fellas. One of the implications that you could deal with if you're dealing with a woman across state lines, you know, whether you're dating or whether it's just a booty call or whatever, right? Women can now accuse you of quote unquote trafficking them. You know what I'm saying? Make that make sense. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. What's good with it? Make sure y'all throw some like enforcers in the chat for Black Free Thinker enforcing the likes. And shout out to Abby over on Twitch. What's good with it, Abby? Good to see you. And also shout out to everybody. If you guys haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment. Do like them like enforcers are saying. Smash that like button. Also, if you haven't shared the stream to your social media, help move the video in the algorithm. Share the stream to your social media.
You're getting money together. That's just my personal rule of thumb. I don't know if it's just because I'm from the city that I'm from, but never, ever, under any circumstance, offer to pay for a flight for a chick that you ain't never even met in real life and you're not about to marry her. That's just me personally, but let's continue.
But he insisted, so I let him pay for my flight, and I came out to Miami. And at that time, I didn't know that they, like, Daisy and Fresh were even talking. I had no clue.
That's called tricking. But who's to say that this chick is even believable in the first place?
If I knew, I wouldn't have even gone out there, you know.
So I did. Now this I did not know. I didn't know that Noel was messing around with Fresh while Daisy and Fresh was messing around. I didn't know that. How many of y'all knew that? If y'all knew that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't know that, give me a thumbs down.
Because I don't do that type of stuff. Honestly, it surprises me that nobody else has even brought that up. The fact that coercion is illegal. You can't force someone to get an abortion. You can't tell them.
So now you see what I'm talking about the quote unquote coercion part. All right. So once we get through this video of Anton Daniels, we're going to go thoroughly through the definition of coercion. And then we're going to ask the question, is what has happened or is what's going on coercion? Now, before we get into it, I want to ask you guys your opinion in the comment section. From everything that you know about this situation, has Daisy been coerced? That's the question. And yeah, I think so. I think so. Let us know in the comment section. Did Anton used to fly women out? I'm pretty sure that he did. Pretty sure that he did. All these dudes that sit up there and act like they don't do this or don't do that, they do it all. Everything that they claim that they don't do it all. Fresh is in this situation because he's dealing with modern women. What's that guy's name? Derek Jackson, you know what I'm saying? Used to call dudes out all the time, and he's sitting up there treating his wife like crap. Most of these people on YouTube, everything that they claim that they don't do, they do. And then when there's somebody that says something about it, we're the bad guys. We're the bad guys because your hero is not living up to their expectation. They ain't got nothing to do with us. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got nothing to do with us.
You need to get it because I don't want to be responsible. You can't go on the internet and post stuff using scare tactics to try to get her to do something she doesn't want to do.
So wait a minute. She the one that posted.
Okay, so scare tactics. I need to know what scare tactic Fresh CEO used to scare Daisy. What scare tactic was used? Shout out to Jerry Bedford. What's good with it, bro? What scare tactic was used? How did Fresh scare Daisy? If she wasn't scared when she first got down there and saw his little ugly ass, I don't know what kind of scare tactic was used besides him just showing his face. And his face is what led her to, you know what I'm saying, do the whole single mom thing with him. So besides that, has there been any threats other than legal action against Daisy? There's been some mean words back and forth, which tend to happen when a relationship deteriorates, but what kind of threats have been made against Daisy? I think that there might have been some type of threat. Maybe Myron might have implied something about deportation, right? But again, I don't know how far that would go as far as being quote unquote coercion. Okay.
Said everything on the internet. And, you know, just being objective, she the one that was clout chasing. She the one that went on Abba and Preach. She went on multiple different platforms. She went over there to Destiny. And then the only thing that he wound up doing as far as with her publicly is defending himself against the accusations when they did the live stream with the lawyer, which I don't ever even, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they got a bag from that too. I don't know. Because they know how to monetize their platform, and salute to them for that. But she did all of the clout chasing and posted all of the messages and all of the WhatsApp and stuff like that. But then you talking about him going on the internet and doing stuff, that doesn't make sense. That's number one. Number two, they always try to flip it into being something a little bit more deep than that. Man, let me tell you something, bro. Don't nobody care about no fresh and no coercion. As long as you ain't do nothing to a chick against their will, which is one of the reasons y'all need to record and get consent agreements and all of this stuff. And I'm still confused as to why these dudes is not moving like that. I don't understand why most men, let alone Fresh, is not protecting himself by making sure that A, he strap up, B, he don't skeet in these holes, C, he get a, you know what I'm saying, non-disclosure and all of this, and consent agreements. I'm still baffled by that for as long as they've been in the game. I don't.
And again, I gotta agree. Those are all valid questions. Those are all valid questions. And to me, what that shows is that Fresh and Fit they have a habit of moving reckless. They have a habit of moving reckless. Out of all the years that we've been doing coverage on Fresh and Fit, you would think that they would have evolved and that they would actually be, you know, upgrading and evolving, adapting to the environment. But it doesn't seem like that's going on with them while they sit on their show and call other people low IQ.
I don't know, maybe they think that just because they're in Miami or whatever. But look, you can't try to get somebody locked up because you decided to get rid of the baby and then try to say, oh man, they coerced. No, he told you. He said, listen, I'm just not ready to be a father or whatever, and so on and so forth. And that's on you. And so y'all need to start taking responsibility.
Now, let me ask you guys this. Out of all the phone calls, everything that we heard, all the interaction between Daisy and Fresh, did Fresh threaten Daisy she better get an abortion or else? Now, here's my question for you guys. What consequence did Fresh present to Daisy that would happen to her if she didn't get an abortion? That's my question for you guys. Usually coercion comes with a threat. If you don't do this, then this will happen. What is the this will happen that Fresh threatened Daisy with? That's my question for you guys. Or was there one at all?
The whole platform at this point is going to be based off of, oh my God, can I find another chick to talk negatively about him? Y'all better be careful of these chicks, bro.
So it's like, if she's a criminal, then he's a criminal. He's the one that was, forced her to get an abortion. And it's just crazy. Nobody has even brought that up, and they don't want to take accountability.
Now, here's the thing, right? Noelle, listen to Noelle. Noelle is sitting there saying that Fresh forced her to get an abortion, right? Later on the whatever podcast, we might not get to it in the reaction, but if you listen all the way through, Noelle herself says that she was at one point in a situation where somebody dragged her to the hospital and quote unquote forced her to quote unquote get an abortion, which if you ask me, I don't know. We'd have to explore and ask some more questions about that. However, let's just say that it's true. Who dragged Daisy anywhere to make her do anything? Who dragged her anywhere? So even the situation that Noelle uses as an example of how she was forced into an abortion, it's nowhere near similar to Daisy's situation. Okay? If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, then give me a thumbs down.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead, call the police. Go ahead, arrest me. So we can finally go to the court. Because I've been having a lot of anxieties thinking about how I get you guys. Because I'm all alone here. I mean, then you guys are helping me.
Go back to where you came.
So now, Anton, crazy. So now she's saying that she's had a lot of anxiety, right? And then in that same sentence, she goes on to say, thinking about how to get you guys, right? Now, mind you, that's important because as you go deeper into the questioning that goes on the whatever podcast, right? She says that a lot of what she's doing it because of looking for revenge, right? She wants to get revenge. Okay. So now here's the thing, right? I don't know if anybody saw, but she put up a community post on her YouTube page. All right. And that community post on her YouTube page said that the people on whatever podcast took advantage of her and took advantage of the fact that she doesn't speak English. So speak English real well, right? So now here goes my question. How did anybody take advantage of her if she doesn't speak English real well when she's gone on other platforms and said the same thing? So we got to ask the question, did Abba and Preach take advantage of her because she doesn't speak English real well? Did Just Tree take advantage of her because she don't speak English real well? You know what I'm saying? Or was it just only Fresh and Fit, and was it just only whatever podcast? Now, look at this, right? Who told her to go make this video right here? Did she get taken advantage of because she don't speak English real well in this video? So then again, if you feel that you don't speak English real well and everything that you say just comes out and hurts your case, I don't understand why the common sense hasn't clicked in about if I don't speak English real well, then maybe I need to let my lawyer, who's competent in the English language and competent in the laws, actually do my speaking for me. And maybe I just need to shut my modern mouth. Maybe that would actually help. But see, she's not moving like that. And this is one of the reasons why by the time she gets done with this, tour that she's going on, she's going to have completely destroyed whatever she had going for herself. You know what I'm saying? Which we said that would happen from the get-go, because Daisy's the type of person that anybody that Daisy's around, everything that she touches is just going to implode. Okay? Shout out to Jada Informant. What's good with it, bro?
From baby, don't nobody care about your anxieties.
Arrest me. Let's see what happened. Let's see how judge will take you.
Didn't she say that she had got rid of it or something like that, or she had went and got rid of it because she didn't want to do something? How do we even know that this chick was ever pregnant in the first place? Like, how do we know? How do we know for sure? All visibility is good visibility, I guess.
And baby, go ahead, tell them the story and what happened between you and Fresh.
Okay, so yeah, he basically flew me out. As soon as I got there, like before he even came out, I told him I'm not on birth control. I don't want to have kids outside of marriage. I was like, I just don't want to do that.
So here goes my question again with her. If you're not on birth control and you don't want to have kids outside of marriage, why would you engage in any activity that could cause that to have complications? Let's just take another example. Let's just say that you want to be the CEO of a company and that you don't want to go to jail, right? But then you decide to go rob somebody because you're broke. Okay. You made the choice to rob somebody, which is going to stop your path of becoming the CEO of a company. It may not stop your path, but it definitely will slow it down, especially while you're sitting in jail serving your time, right? You didn't take the optimal path. And the reason why you didn't take the optimal path is because you made a poor decision. Shout out to AW1. What's good with it, bro? Would you guys agree that she did not take the optimal path? She should have either practiced abstinence or she should have made sure that there was some kind of contraceptive. Either he was using one or her was using one before they decided to have intercourse. You know what I'm saying? These are joint bad decisions. Now, the thing that's irritating about this is that when you talk about these kind of things online, when you talk about these things on YouTube, it does not matter that we're sitting here saying that Fresh made a bad decision. The only thing that is the prime objective is to protect Daisy, protect all women. Listen to everything that all women say. This is one of the reasons why you have situations like this where women can do things like this. If they make a bad decision, try to create a criminal indictment on a guy when it was clearly mutual poor decision making and bad judgment. But again, if you say that, that automatically turns you into a misogynist. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cool Runnings. Cool Runnings said she wanted to get pregnant by her own testimony, right? That's what she literally said that. Those words came out of her mouth. She said that. She said that she wanted to get pregnant. Daisy, at least that I'm talking about, right? Because then she went on somewhere, I forgot where it was, and she said that she was taking fertility supplements. You know what I'm saying? So this is something that she wanted to do. And then my thing is also, let me ask you guys this. It's the same thing as going into a business, right? If you go into a business with somebody, is it a good idea to just always make the assumption that there could be a possibility that the business relationship will deteriorate or your business partner will bail? Is that a reasonable assumption to make? Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with you, bro? If that's a reasonable assumption to make, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, then give me a thumbs down. In business, there's always what's called a contingency plan. And a contingency plan is a backup plan where you have resources and a strategy set aside for in case things go bad or things don't go as planned. What's the contingency plan for letting somebody busting you raw? Doing this on social media, getting an attorney. And another thing, if she moves like this and this is what she was gonna do, why didn't she have an attorney lined up? Like, I mean, you clearly about to have these kind of issues because this is how you move. So you probably want to make sure that you have something lined up, right? And real quick, speaking of lined up, shout out to everybody. We got 24 people watching and we got 16 likes. Let's get the likes to 30. All right.
So I thought we were on the same page with the whole protection thing. But as soon as I get there, he just kind of went at it and he did not even ask me. He didn't talk to me about it first, but finished in me.
So you let a dude hit. You just said that you consented to have sex with him. You let him hit. He didn't use a rubber. You didn't require it, even though you control access to sex. And then you told him that you wasn't on birth control. And then you wanted to complain about the fact that he's not responsible for how it is that he uses D, but you're not responsible for how it is that you open up your legs. Man, make it make sense, bro.
Yeah, I mean, again, make it make sense. Make it make sense. How does she not share any responsibility in this? Let me ask you guys this. How many times have you heard women come with these type of talking points? This is ridiculous. This shouldn't even be a discussion. Like this shouldn't even be a debate. Tony Black said almost a single mom.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Look, man, I'm not about to go at a dude because a lot of other people may necessarily want to. I keep the same energy across the board, and I try to just be objective about the whole idea. And I don't believe that anybody should be convicted or trying to be thrown in jail based off of somebody getting mad at the fact that they busted open and you didn't get nothing out of it outside of a flight. Stop, bro. Just stop. You gave access regardless. I don't really know, how that played out. Apparently you set it up pretty whatever it is, and you busted open and now you're complaining about it. Come on, stop, man. This is corny.
And it's like, I didn't tell him he could. And it was kind of a surprise to me.
You didn't tell him he can skeet in you, but you didn't use no protection or none of that, right?
I disagree. I would actually say she didn't tell him that he couldn't, right? She didn't tell him that he couldn't, and she allowed him to have sex with her unprotected. So what is the implication there? What's the implication there? And what's the calculation for risk aversion? Why are we not assuming that something unexpected could occur? Let me ask you guys this question. What responsibility does society, leave in the hands of women? And now, because they made bad decisions, I mean, like, there needs to be criminal prosecutions as a result of this. And then, I mean, again, this right here literally justifies the entire MGTOW movement. This right here literally justifies a talking point for a MGTOW movement. If you're going to be criminalized because a woman and you made bad decisions about sex, I mean, I don't know, that this is kind of a dangerous environment to be in. Would you guys agree? Shout out to James. What's good with you, bro? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Right.
And as a woman, you can't control if a guy is going to finish in you or not. Like, that's not up to us. Okay, I'm not going to try and fight him off of me. Like, yes, I consented to having sex with him, but
I mean, if you're not going to fight him off of you, that right there is also another form of acceptance. Because if you were being taken advantage of, if there was a criminal act in place, you would definitely be trying to fight him off of you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is ridiculous.
I was not prepared for him to finish me. And no, I did not get pregnant. Okay, I took a plan B. You got me to get a plan.
I ain't even trying to play fresh or nothing like that. But like he might not have been ready. I mean, it's a such thing as premature ejaculation. You know what I'm saying? Like he might not have even been ready, which again is something that as a woman, you know that could happen. Just like how as a man, you know that could happen. So why is there no provisions being taken for that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is reality, right? Like we're all adults here. You know what I'm saying?
But like, it's like, why are you going out and doing that? You're preaching that men need to step up, you know, when situations like this happen. And then this happens to Fresh, and he doesn't want to.
This is all cap, bro. This is all clout chasing. This is all cap. And, you know, we got to stop dealing with these scallywags, but they out here in these streets. I think that the way that they moving is, you know, a representation of how a lot of guys that got resources and they young and they want to do their thing and they having fun and they ain't married or whatever, they moving like that, and y'all choosing and y'all land up, y'all land.
Yeah, that's big facts. That's big facts. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said all these low value women bringing their degenerate ways because they know a handful of black men are out there to clean, are out there to be a cleanup man. Facts. And if you watch the whatever podcast, you will see Daisy said that her inbox is full. Bro, that's the thought of Daisy's inbox being full after all of this is out is wild, bro. Like, it's wild. Like, that literally shows the state of men today. You know what I'm saying? That literally shows the state of men today.
And down with them. Now y'all want to get a posse against them to try to convict them in the court of public opinion when the dude didn't do nothing except have consensual sex. Man, come on, man. Miss me with that. I'm not about to be a hater. And I think that, you know, everybody got to be responsible for the decisions that they made. They tried to finesse them out of a baby, and now they're trying to get a posse up against them. So I don't know. I recently just literally today dropped a video inside of the Patreon. So make sure y'all tap into the Patreon, and I'm looking.
All right, so there's that. All right. So yeah, I think that video was one of the better videos that Anton Daniels did. So now we about to take a look at coercion law, all right? Because what I find interesting about most of these high-end podcasts is that they actually have somebody running their podcast, and they can't even pull these things up to get a definitive definition of what the exact terminology is. All right. So we're gonna talk about coercion, right? If you guys know what coercion is, I need y'all to type it into the chat. All right. What is coercion law? All right. A wide range of acts may broadly be considered coercion. Many laws and legal definitions give more clarity about what is a civil wrong or crime. Arguing coercion can serve as a defense to criminal charges in some instances. Below, we'll discuss the meaning of coercion in the law. We will address state and federal statutes related to coercion law. We also cover what a crime of coercion is, more generally. Also, we review the effect of a crime involving coercion can have on a criminal record. All right. So now, right now, what we're about to do is we're about to go into the definition of coercion. All right. Yeah, force is involved. Facts. Shout out to Tony Black God. Force is involved. Now, this is what I need y'all to answer for me. What kind of force was involved with Fresh's interactions with Daisy? What kind of force was involved? Hey, bitch, I'm going to put you in a headlock if you don't go and get rid of that baby. Did that happen? Hey, bitch, I'm going to choke you. You won't make it back to China if you don't go get an abortion. Did that happen? Where was the coercion at? And again, I just want to make sure that people understand you got to be a pretty grimy piece of crap if you got me sitting up here doing a live stream that in any way resembles any kind of defense to Fresh and Fit. You have hit absolutely rock bottom if you're that kind of person. So what does that tell you about Daisy? You know what I'm saying? And what does that tell you about the type of women that Fresh and Fit go after? When is the last time that Fresh and Fit got with a quote-unquote traditional woman that would be marriage material and they could show the guys on their show how to get somebody like that? You know what I'm saying? Anybody ever seen that? Definition of coercion. Coercion is the use of express or implied threats of violence or reprisal as discharge from employment or other intimidating behavior that puts a person in immediate fear of the consequences to compel that person to act against his or her will. Now, here's the thing, right? The first thing that people will say is that, well, Myron brought up deportation. Myron brought up deportation, but not as a consequence to not getting an abortion. He didn't say get an abortion or you will get deported. Did that occur? Let's make sure that we get that out in the open. Shout out to John Guillory. What's good with it, bro? Was the ultimatum made, get an abortion or you will be deported? Or did Myron do a discussion about the visas and all the reasons why Daisy is here, her past work history, and then say, because of all of this, you'll get deported? He never said that deportation will be a consequence of not getting an abortion, right? Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now Tony Black God says his money is intimidating. Now here goes my thing. Is his money making active threats to Daisy's health? Is his money making phone calls saying, get the abortion or else we'll be outside your door? Get the abortion or else your tires will be flat. You know what I'm saying? He might have money, right? But is he saying, I got the money to ruin your life if you don't get this abortion? If those threats have been made, they haven't been shown online anywhere, which I'm sure they would have been, because that would have been the first thing that Daisy ran and showed, because Daisy runs and shows everything. So regardless of whether the money is quote unquote intimidating or not, is the money providing any type of violent or harmful consequence for her not getting the abortion? That's my question for you guys. And real quick, also shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also share the stream to your social media. Shout out to DSA1. What's good with it, bro? Actual violence, threats of violence, or other acts of pressure may constitute coercion. All right, so this is what I need to know. In the exchange between Fresh and Daisy, where was the actual violence, threats of violence, or other acts to constitute coercion? Where were they? What were they? And again, I'm actually asking this from an honest perspective, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I didn't see any, but I haven't seen every single thing. I haven't been on other social media platforms other than YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know about anything that might have gone on Instagram or TikTok or anything like that. So if you guys know, please let me know. This is why we're asking. This is why we're having a discussion. You know what I'm saying? But they are only considered coercion if used to subvert a person's free will or consent. Now, let me ask you guys this question, because there's going to be two situations here. The first situation is, was coercion used to make Daisy allow Fresh to have sex with her unprotected? The second question that we got to answer is, was coercion used to force Daisy to have an abortion? And if coercion was used, where were the threats of violence? What were the threats of violence? What were the threats of force? Or what were the repercussions that were given as an ultimatum to not having an abortion? That's the question. All right. In legal terms, it's often said that someone coerced was acting under duress. In fact, duress and coercion are often interchanged. Black's Law Dictionary defines duress as any unlawful threat or coercion used to induce another to act or refrain from acting in a manner they otherwise would not do. Okay? Tony said, I don't want kids as a threat. Now, here's my question. How is that a threat? Where's the violence at? And I don't want kids. How does Fresh not wanting kids force Daisy to have an abortion? I don't understand that. Now, let me ask you guys this. What if people thumbs down my video and say, we don't want you to YouTube anymore? Is that a threat? I need to know what kind of violence or what kind of threat I don't want kids puts Daisy under. Where's the consequence of I don't want kids that leaves lumps on Daisy's head or leaves Daisy in the hospital with violence or originated injuries? So now let me ask this question. If we tell somebody that we don't want something, that's a threat. So when I go to the restaurant and they ask me, do I want ketchup on my hamburger? And I say, I don't want ketchup. Does that constitute as a threat? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says it's simple. The threat is Fresh as a black man. That's it. Boogeyman PF. Yeah, facts. Yeah, exactly. Right. I agree, Tony. So again, I had to go back and we got to ask the question, how is if you simply say, I don't want kids? How is that a threat? What is the resulting physical harm from that? Is the question that we got to ask and satisfy. Okay. So now here it says it's not always easy to see the line between subtle intimidation and coercion. It's even harder to prove. A shrewd business negotiation may be considered contract coercion, but it is only considered this way if it can be proven that a signee was under duress. Similarly, proving criminal coercion or duress rests on the surrounding facts of the incident. Under such circumstances, it may be pretty subtle. For example, telling someone, gee, I'd hate for something to happen to your daughter is technically vague. It's this way even when it's said with coercive intent. So now what did Fresh say that even resembled that? Again, all Fresh said was, I don't want to have kids. He didn't say, I'd hate to see what would happen to you if you had this baby. Was anything like that ever said or implied? And now here's the thing, right? With them having a lawyer, I don't think that their lawyer would have really, even if they felt that way, I don't think that their lawyer would have allowed them to move that way and say that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that would have happened. Now, here's the federal coercion laws. The term coercion is in several sections of the U.S. Code. It is in retaliation to political activity and employment. It may be found in relation to political activity and employment. It is also in sex trafficking, commerce, and housing. It's even used in contract law. Sometimes the codes use the term duress instead, but they're similar in their recognition of acts done under pressure from another party. Federal laws addressing coercion include the following: coercion of political activity, to intimidate, threaten, command, or coerce any federal employee to engage or not engage in political activity. This is punishable by a fine and up to 3 years in prison. Interference, coercion, or intimidation, adverse actions taken against someone for having exercised or enjoyed or having aided someone else's enjoyments of rights granted under the Fair Housing Act. Coercion and enticement, coercion of a person to travel across state or foreign boundaries to engage in prostitution or any sexual activity for which any person can be charged with a criminal offense. This is punishable by a fine and up to 20 years in prison. This is also punishable by 10 years to life in prison if the victim is a minor. Now, this coercion and enticement, sex trafficking, as you guys will see later on the whatever podcast, this right here is exactly what they're trying to use. This right here is exactly what they're trying to use, which is one of the reasons why they start using the language saying that Fresh sex trafficked them. So what I want you guys to pay very close attention to is that now, as a man, if you fly a woman out and they're mad at you or they don't have a good experience, they can attempt to weaponize laws against you and say that you trafficked them. Okay? Because that's what we're seeing here. All right? Protection from coercive contracts, generally contracts requiring a boxer to grant certain rights to a promoter as a condition of participation in professional matches, are coercive and thus unenforceable. prohibition of coercion. Government employees may not directly or indirectly coerce other government employees about their family and medical leave rights. An example of this is threatening retaliation for taking leave. Now, let me ask you guys this question again, as far as retaliation, because that's a good word to throw in there, right? What was the retaliation that Fresh threatened Daisy with if she did not have the baby? She must be stopped. Fact. Shout out to Shatera. What's good with it, Shatera? She must be stopped because this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Like I said, you are really a downtrodden piece of crap if you got me out here looking like I'm defending Fresh and Fit. Like the world has turned upside down. You know what I'm saying? But these kind of people need to be put on display because this is the kind of traps that's out here for dudes. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Ron Tober. What's good with you, bro? You know what I'm saying? Out of everybody in here, DJ Elmo and Shatera been around my channel the longest. They got me, this succubus got me out here looking like I'm defending Fresh and Fit. which is wild. You know what I'm saying? Which is wild. But see, I'm not so slanted at this particular issue that I'm just gonna jump on anything that anybody says because I don't like Fresh and Fit. Right, man. We said it from the beginning. I forget. Come over to YouTube, Abby. Shout out to Abby. Can't forget about Abby. You know what I'm saying? You're not chopped liver. You know what I'm saying? I got the tomato thrown at me. Boo. Boo. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she's a renegade, man. Wait till we get into the whatever podcast. Wait until we get into that because this is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? This is a very bad road to go down. All right. Now, I don't think that we need to read all this, right? I think we got a pretty good idea. We're gonna go through a quick dictionary definition. All right. Yeah, I gotta agree. John. When people throw these accusations around, like I said, you know what I'm saying? Like Fresh and Fit are garbage. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't agree with a lot of their content and the way that they get down, but to just like say that somebody is doing all kind of sexual crimes, yo, that's you going too far now. You know what I'm saying? So this is coercion, right? Coercion is the intimidation of a victim to compel the individual to do some act against his or her will by the use of psychological pressure, physical force, and threats. Now, what Daisy is going to say is that, you know, them going live and talking crap about her is quote unquote use of physical pressure. But in the live streams that they did, all of the content that Fresh and Fit did, none of that content was done. And the words were never said, we're doing this content to convince you to have an abortion. They were doing that content to convince people that she was a piece of crap. It was never said, we're doing this content to influence you to not have a baby. Fresh had already told her that he didn't want to have a baby. Now, let me ask you guys this. If there was some type of coercion, why would Fresh have not threatened her and start screaming at her and yelling at her and flipping out on the phone when he didn't know that he was being recorded? There was plenty of opportunities for Fresh to just go off when they didn't know that he was being recorded. So he could have said all kind of wild stuff, but he didn't. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't. So now here it says the intimidation of a victim to compel the individual to do some acts against his or her will by the use of psychological pressure, physical force, or threats. The crime of intentionality and unlawfully restraining another's freedom by threatening to commit a crime, accusing the victim of a crime, disclosing any secret that would seriously impair the victim's reputation or community, or by performing or refusing to perform an official action lawfully requested by the victim, or by causing an official to do so. So now what's interesting about this is as you go into the definition of coercion, what it actually looks like is it actually looks like Daisy is the one that's doing more of the coercion, which is something that ends up getting brought up on the whatever podcast. Okay. In the laws governing wills, coercion is present when a testator is forced by another to make provisions in his will that he or she would not make if permitted to act according to free choice. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Has there been any kind of force that's been applied that's caused Daisy to not act out of her free will? Has she been constrained or confined or restricted? Shout out to Shatira. She doing the same thing she always do, way too much. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching, man. I appreciate all you guys being here. If y'all haven't hit that like button yet, please take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream, please take a moment, share the stream. All right. And throw some liking forces in the chat. All right. So yeah, so I think we got the gist of it, right? We're gonna look at a few more definitions real quick, and then we're gonna get into reacting to the whatever podcast, which is gonna take up most of the time. You know what I'm saying? So now we just got a regular dictionary definition, right? We went over the legal definitions. Now we just got a regular dictionary definition, coercion, right? And again, this is so simple. I don't understand why when people do these live streams or when people do these podcasts, they don't have this information just up on the screen. But like, mind you, though, those are the people that everybody will give 4 and 5 million subscribers to, though. So just, you know what I'm saying? 4,000, 5,000, you know what I'm saying? Hundreds of people in the chat. So again, you know what I'm saying? Just people thrive on stupidity, which it is what it is. Coercion, the act of coercing, use of force or intimidation to obtain compliance, force or the power of force in gaining compliance as by a government or police force. Again, does any of that describe the interactions between Fresh and Daisy? In my opinion, no. Because again, what we have to ask is, was a consequence levied? If you don't get an abortion, then XYZ will happen. What is the XYZ will happen? You know what I'm saying? Coercion involves compelling a party to act in an involuntary manner by the use of threats. Now, the most popular example of coercion is the quote unquote gun to your head example, right? If you have a gun to somebody's head, that's coercion, because if you don't act the way they tell you to act, then they have the power to be able to end your life, right? That is the most basic example of coercion. So in that situation, what we would have to do is we have to replace the gun to somebody's head with the consequences that are levied against Daisy if she doesn't have an abortion. So what we need to ask is, what consequences were levied by Fresh and Fit in the event that Daisy does not get an abortion? What are those consequences? What will be done to Daisy if she doesn't get an abortion? There are none. There's nothing that anybody can say that they know of as a consequence if that has been stated by Fresh and Fit if Daisy doesn't get an abortion. Hence, I don't know how she's going to be able to prove coercion, which is one of the things that she specifically said that she was going to try to prove. Okay. Coercion involves compelling a party to act in an involuntary manner by use of threats, including threats to use force against that party. It involves a set of forceful actions which violate the free will of an individual in order to induce a desired response. These actions may include extortion, blackmail, or even torture and sexual assault. Common law systems codify the act of violating a law while under coercion as a duress crime. Coercion is used as leverage. Leverage may force victims to act in a way contrary to their own interests. All right. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Did Daisy act contrary to her own interests, or did Daisy act contrary to her interest? If you ask me, it's arguable that Daisy acted she acted within her own interest, because she was not interested in raising the baby by herself. Right? So in order to not raise the baby by herself, one of two things could have happened. Fresh could have been the father and stepped up, which he never got an opportunity to do. We don't know if that would have happened or not. All we know is that he said that he didn't want kids. Right? And then in the other situation, Daisy didn't want to be a single parent, so she, of her own free will, went and got an abortion. So if you ask me, as far as talking about the abortion, it's arguable that her getting the abortion was not contrary to her own interest. As a matter of fact, her getting the abortion was supportive of her own interest, because what was her interest was not raising a kid by herself. And the act of getting abortion allows her to achieve that mean. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Coercion can involve not only infliction of bodily harm, but also psychological abuse, the latter intended to enhance the perceived credibility of the threat. The threat of further harm may also lead to the acquiescence of the person being coerced. All right. Now, again, you got to ask this question, right? Who is trying to get compliance? Is Daisy trying to get compliance with Fresh to be the father of her kid? Or is Fresh out here trying to get compliance with Daisy to have an abortion? Which person is trying to get compliance the hardest? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it, Brooklyn Queen? Who's going after compliance the hardest? Is it Daisy trying to get compliance with Fresh being the dad? Or is it Fresh with trying to get Daisy to abort the baby? Fresh said, I don't want to have kids. You can get an abortion. But he didn't put any threats behind it, though. But now Daisy threatening with lawsuits, getting other women involved, going all over the place on different podcasts. Now she's also saying that she's doing this because she's upset. It's arguable that if we're going to bring up coercion, the person who is actually doing what resembles coercion the most is Daisy, because Daisy is constantly threatening using the law against Fresh to get him put in jail. Okay, you didn't want to be a single mom, so you got an abortion, which was within your interest. So now you're not a single mom. So now why are we still doing anything at all? Why is anything still going on? You don't have a kid by yourself. You're not with Fresh anymore. What is Fresh forcing you to do now? See, that's the question. And because Fresh has created this reputation of himself being a piece of crap, nobody's going to explore these questions the way that they need to actually be explored to get down to the bottom of this. And then if you actually do try to explore the questions to get down to the bottom of it, the larger YouTube content creators and the accountability police will come and try to shout you down, despite having a 4-year record of going in on Fresh and Fit, sitting there saying that you're supporting Fresh and Fit. Like you're just going to flip and support Fresh and Fit out of the clear blue sky. For what? You know what I'm saying? Make it make sense. All right. So I think everybody should have a good handle on coercion, right? So what the issue here is that Daisy is trying to make the case that something illegal happened between her and Fresh. And what I'm saying is that if you're making that claim, what is it illegal that occurred? What illegal occurred? All right, hold on. So we got a lot of stuff to cover here, because like I said, this whatever podcast was really, really long. It was like about 7 hours. So we might end up skipping around. We might even actually have to do a part 2. Shout out to Debo28 for subscribing. Make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Debo28. All right. So now I want to ask you guys this question. Why is it that the Whatever podcast was able to ask appropriate questions and, ask all these appropriate questions and not really take it easy on Daisy, and everybody else seemed to just kind of fail? Now, let me ask you guys this. With Daisy going on the Whatever podcast, do you guys think that the Whatever podcast is just going to break apart and it's not going to work? It's going to fail? You know what I'm saying? Brian and Andrew Wilson are going to fall out. They're going to be doing streams about each other for the next month. Is that going to happen? I think that's interesting. I think that's interesting.
Actually listen to the the recorded conversation that you have with him. One point of clarification: there seems to be some discussion of a lawsuit. I'm a little confused there.
Yeah.
Is there
discussion of a lawsuit? All right. So now, let me ask you guys this question. Is Daisy supposed to be running around all over the internet talking to everybody? I told you guys she would go into whatever podcast. How many I told y'all have y'all gotten out of this that have come to pass? And this is what I'm saying. On YouTube, man, we don't get our flowers over here. But that's okay. That's okay. You know what I'm saying?
there actually a lawsuit?
Yes, it just went very slow.
Are you the defendant or the plaintiff?
Defendant.
You're the defendant.
Yeah.
Okay, so Walter filed a defamation?
No. I am going to file a defamation lawsuit.
But there's not currently, nobody's filed.
Not yet. My lawyer is working on heavy evidence right now.
So you do have a lawyer?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So there hasn't been a filed case yet, but you intend to file, is it a defamation action?
And coercion.
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 Yeah, coercion.
Okay. Right.
It's coercion. Key word. All right. We hear? Everybody heard she's saying coercion. So when you see people flying off the handle and tripping and going wild, and, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. No, that's what she said. She said coercion. We heard it right here. Okay. Shout out to John Guillory. Rob, you said many things that came to pass with this chick. Bro, I'm trying to you can tell who the experienced people are versus the inexperienced people. And what the evidence shows on YouTube is that the people on YouTube would rather deal with inexperienced people who they share their experiences with and who they can actually see themselves in than actually getting some actual experience. I could have told you from day one. I could have told you from day one. I did tell everybody from day one Daisy was a big problem. Get away from her as far as they can. Now people done burnt bridges. People done lost their friendships. People got beef. And Daisy just going around, you know what I'm saying, with the flower behind her ear and birds singing around her head like ain't nothing going on after she done tore down half of the, you know what I'm saying, people's friendships and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's too I don't know what to say, man, but I guarantee you that the whatever podcast is not going to fall apart from her going on there. And one of the reasons is because they did not let her spiral out of control. They kept her under control and forced her to answer the questions. And then people in the comment section sit up there saying that they was being abusive and all that. Now, at the end, right, Andrew Wilson got kind of wild and weird and started saying some old off the wall stuff that wasn't really pertaining to the line of questioning that should have been asked. But up until he started doing that, which I think was kind of set up and staged, they were asking her some legit questions. Now, what I want to know is why is it that they, on this boring podcast, were able to grill Daisy more effectively than the people on YouTube who had planned to weaponize her against Fresh Prince CEO? Why is that? Why is that? Shout out to Vincent Harper. What's good with you, bro? Why is that, guys? See, that's we got to get to the bottom of that. And real quick, shout out to everybody. We got 31 people watching and we got 33 likes. If everybody could bang on that like button and get us to 60, that'd be great. Let's get it.
And you're doing this, I'm assuming, in the state of Florida. Is that correct?
That I have to follow up with my lawyer.
Because you said you live in New York, right?
Yeah, I'm staying in New York.
Is there any reason you would file it in New York versus Florida? Because he lives in Florida, right?
I don't know, actually. My lawyer, they're super busy because they're very big in New York City.
I'm going to tell you why she would file it in New York instead of filing it in Florida. Because in Florida, you ain't about to get no abortion anyway. You're not getting an abortion in Florida. And for real, depending on how they interpret the law, if you had a baby or the baby was conceived in Florida and you fly somewhere else to get an abortion, the law might be looking at you kind of funny too. She know exactly why she's not doing it in Florida. Those Ron DeSantis laws in Florida going to keep that baby right inside your belly. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
They haven't told me anything. Just a few days ago, they text me they're going to collect all the evidence and then make announcements.
Wait, so hold on. Is this are they taking this on what's the term for it? No, are you paying them, or is this they're taking it on contingency?
On contingency.
Is that the term, contingency?
Yeah, but we
Okay.
talked about it. I was supposed to be paying, but then I told them like, because low feed is very expensive in here. I wasn't be able to collecting all this money, and
Okay.
my bank account is in China, so they gave me this
All right.
solution.
Well, we can talk more about the potential lawsuit later, but why don't we play the video, because you recorded a phone conversation that you had with him.
Yeah.
We'll play it just so the audience can hear. What I guess my question for you is, what prompted you to want to record this conversation?
See, people don't believe me, even I show all the receipt.
Well, but you had not gone public at this point. Like when you recorded the conversation.
What people don't believe what though? I don't know what she's talking about. People do believe that Fresh is an idiot and that he busted in you raw. Like literally, I don't think that there's anybody that doesn't believe that. As a matter of fact, Fresh even admitted to that. Fresh did say, I shouldn't have nutted in her raw. Like those were his words. He said that. So what is there not to believe? There's other little things that people don't believe. Like I don't believe that she was actually in love with him. You know what I'm saying? There's some people that question whether she was actually pregnant or not. There's some people that question if the baby was Fresh's or not. But as far as anybody questioning, you know what I'm saying, did Fresh bust in her? Like, I don't think there's anybody out there that doesn't believe that. So when she says people don't believe me, I don't know what it is that she's saying that they don't believe her about. I'm gonna ask y'all, what is it that people don't believe her about? I don't know what. There's people that don't believe her about. I don't know what they're doubting. You know what I'm saying?
I recorded
this was still a
because,
private matter.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did it because I want to prove it.
Want to prove what?
I want to prove that I am pregnant with his child, and he
But
doesn't
prove to who?
prove to everybody.
But it wasn't public yet.
Yeah, but
So it's all. Oh man, I mean, like the thing is, like, look at this, man. It's already starting out bad.
I did this in advance, so I can show people whatever I'm showing right now. As people can see, I have showed all the receipt, and they still don't believe in me. So what if you think I don't have the record? They're gonna say you're not pregnant.
But so at what point prior to the recorded phone call, the leaked phone call conversation, at what point did you make the determination that I'm going to go public with this?
First time I reached him out, he told me, no, he doesn't want the baby. So then 4 days he ignored me.
Mm-hmm.
So then I was like, okay, I'm gonna give him some time. But 4 days he hasn't reached me out. Then
He didn't text you? Or
right, he didn't
call?
text me.
Okay.
He didn't do anything.
So you texted him, hey, I'm.
So here goes my question for everybody, and I need everybody to answer this question. What stopped Daisy? What stopped Daisy from having the baby and one, filing for child support against Fresh CEO, or giving the baby up for adoption? What stopped her from doing those things? That's my question for you guys. Let me know.
Pregnant, and he didn't respond.
Yeah, he said I don't want a kid. I just
Okay.
don't want a kid.
Oh no, so he did respond.
First time I text him, yes, he did.
He responded immediately.
Right.
Okay, but then you followed up.
Yeah, then like, so first time I did the pregnancy test, it wasn't like very clear. It's a cross, but you know, I thought maybe he thinks like I'm trying to trick him or something. So I just double sure and went to the hospital. I did a blood test.
Hey, can you
4
please-
days later, I text him again. This is the blood test. Then I told my friend, maybe it's time to record it.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I agree with Ron. Ron said her ego stopped her. Yeah, facts. If you guys agree with Ron, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with Ron, give me a thumbs down. Because again, she could have had the baby. Like, there's nothing that stopped her. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Those are actually words that came out of her mouth, right? She actually said that. She said she didn't want to mess up her body, right? But now my question is, if you didn't want to mess up your body, then the same way that you're on a diet, why weren't you on a cum diet? And you know what I'm saying, made sure that it all went into a condom instead of going into your system. That's another question that we got to ask, right? I mean, that's a logical question.
Because in my head, I was very upset and emotional
Why?
because I know this guy doesn't want to take responsibility.
Well, how do you know that?
Because he broke up with me for
Well,
no,
he broke up with you, but it's not clear.
for- he broke up with me for no reason. You're not in my position. That's
Yeah, I
why
don't know-
you
I don't
can
know all
feel
the
me
details.
because I moved from China
Mhm.
for him.
He broke up. Do you think it's wrong to break up with somebody for like?
It's
wouldn't it-
all right to break up.
you can break
me.
up with anybody for any reason, right?
Right. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Sure.
But just because of that, I kind of sense that he's not like a responsible man.
Because he broke up with you.
Right. In that way, because I'm here alone.
So he broke up with you, and that makes him not a responsible man. But what about a credit report? Does a credit report also show some form of responsibility? So if we were to pull Fresh Prince CEO's credit report and he had good credit, how does that credit report weigh against the judgment of him being responsible versus him telling Daisy that he doesn't want to have the baby? Now, as far as I'm concerned, what this shows me is that there's elements that both of them have that they're not responsible. Fresh busting in her and her letting him bust in her. Those things right there are things that largely show neither party is very responsible. You know what I'm saying? Neither party is very responsible, because most people don't move like that, because most people are a little bit smarter than that, and most people use a little bit more discernment and better judgment than this. Would you guys agree?
In this country, I had all my package delivered to his apartment.
Right.
You
I
moved here
didn't
for him?
Yes, I moved from China. I had all my package. I couldn't even wait because he was telling me you should go.
But okay, you say that it didn't seem like he was going to take responsibility. What kind of responsibility were you hoping let's say you continued on with the pregnancy, what responsibility were you hoping he would take?
At least to take the responsibility as to be a father, be there for the kid.
Okay, so you wanted him to be involved with the parenting.
Right.
Okay.
So now here goes the question, right? If she terminated the baby before Fresh was ever allowed to be a father, how do we know whether Fresh would have not fulfilled his responsibility or not? Because a lot of times people say that they don't want to be a father or that they're scared or something, but then once the baby comes, things kind of change. That does happen as well. But we haven't been given the opportunity to see if that was going to occur or not, because Daisy took control of the situation on her own accord and had the baby, and terminated the baby. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. Saying that you don't want kids is very different. It's very different than just completely dropping out of your kids' life. Those are two completely different things. Saying that you don't want to have kids, although it might be a bad sign, it's not indicative of you're not going to take care of your kids. The only thing that's indicative of you not taking care of your kids is you actually not taking care of your kids. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now the issue is that what we're doing is we're working off of speculation, because since Daisy decided to go ahead and do this, now we will never know. We will never have the opportunity to know if indeed Fresh would have been in the kids' lives or not. And regardless, even if Fresh wasn't in the kids' lives, those other two options remain. The child could have been given up for adoption, or child support could have been levied against Fresh, right? If you guys agree with those, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. We got 42 people in the building, and we got 33 likes. If everybody could bang on that like button and get us to 70, that'd be wonderful. Let's get it.
And it seems at that point he would have been unwilling to do that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Why don't we play the video and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, Nick.
I don't want to kill nobody. I don't want to.
You're not. They just give you a pill and it's over.
No. I'm pregnant.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The pill, they just give it to you from a doctor and then you're good.
I am pregnant. I can't pretending like nothing happened. I can't. In my religion, we don't kill.
You're not killing. Okay.
So now here's the question. Where's the threats? Where did Fresh threaten her at? Let me ask you guys this. Out of everything that you've heard right now, are you scared for Daisy's well-being? Has Fresh made you feel that Daisy needs to go to a shelter because if she goes out in public, something bad's going to happen to her? Like basically, Fresh said, get an abortion, take the pill. She said, no, I'm pregnant. What does Fresh say? Okay. I need somebody to show me where the threat and where the coercion is. And again, I don't know why we're doing this because we've already done this, but now we got new terminology introduced.
I want to keep the baby.
Okay. Well, like I said, I just don't want any kids.
Where's the threat? Where's the crime? Where's the criminal actions? What I need is I need to know where the criminal actions are. Because we've introduced coercion into the conversation, which is taking this to a completely different level.
No.
Okay, so what you gonna do? And what you gonna do to me?
Nothing. Well,
Again. Now, see, this is the thing, right? This is what I'm saying. Do you guys see how dangerous it is, like on YouTube, when you have people that run with these narratives, like people in the comment sections, you know what I'm saying? Other YouTubers, like they truly don't care about the truth at all. The only thing that they care about is if it's somebody that hurts their little feelings or somebody that they don't like, they'll try to make them. I mean, they don't care about serious implications on somebody's life. Again, like where's the crime at? Now, me asking the question, where's the crime at? Is that me sitting up here saying that Fresh is a saint? No. But it don't make you any better if you're trying to frame somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like that, I don't know how that makes you a better person.
why did I do anything to you?
Nothing.
Why did I do anything to you?
No, I know. So like, how are you gonna deal with this? By saying I don't want a baby? That's all?
I mean, let's go to the doctor, I guess.
To the doctor. So you want abortion?
All he said is for her to go to the doctor. He said, go to the doctor. Again, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like First CEO, but like he's not threatening her. And this is a situation where they were in private and he didn't know that he was being recorded. So like if he was violent, this violent kingpin of podcasts where like he's busting raw and all these chicks, which we know that he is, but he's going around threatening people. I mean, I'm sure like the crash out would have happened like at some point right here, but he didn't. You know what I'm saying? He's just like, okay, I don't want to have the kids. I don't want kids. You can do this. And then he said, well, okay, I guess we go to the doctor. Again, where's the criminality? Where's the violence? Where's the threats? Where's the coercion?
I mean, yeah. Why do you want a kid now?
And why do you make me pregnant now?
That's I'm like, there's no way that's true. But then I said, oh wow, like.
Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, woo woo! Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. She the first stream sponsor standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Let me see.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says there was deception on both parts. Like you said before, they deserve each other. Facts. Facts. And you got all these dishonest YouTubers going around acting like one party is better than the other one in this situation. Like, this is why, like, I can't anymore. Like, I can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't. Like, I'm not about to sit up here and act like Daisy is a saint and she didn't do nothing wrong in the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about to do that. Like I said, Fresh simply being in this situation literally shows, if you really want to make Fresh look bad, this shows you his choice in women. This is what he chooses to use his game on. And now look at the situation that he's in. So you could take that route and make Fresh look bad, right? But to sit up here and coddle Daisy and act like Daisy's not doing anything wrong and she not me tooing anybody that's dealing with Daisy right now, what y'all should pay attention to is look at Daisy's track record. Literally everybody that she's dealt with, she's fallen out with. Everyone. You know what I'm saying? Name me one person that Daisy has not fallen out with yet. She fell out with Fresh and Fit. She fell out with Abba and Preach. You know what I'm saying? She fell out with Just Tree. She put up this community post talking about the whatever podcast after they let her sit up there and had diarrhea of the mouth for 7 hours. Shout out to Conan. Conan said, I hope in the next 3 years this whole red pill cult ends. Here's the thing, right? What I hope ends is that I hope that the people who are grifting off of the extreme ideas and are being nerds and presenting the red pill as bad, you know what I'm saying, and weaponizing it for pay, I hope that those people kind of go away. Now, as far as like actual improvement, red pill reality type content, I don't hope that goes away. I think that men need it. I don't understand why women should just be able to run around and have female empowerment and women are sugar and spice and everything nice and everybody can just trash men and throw men away. I'm absolutely against that. Absolutely against that. I'm not, no offense, Conan, and don't feel like this comment is directed at you per se, because it's not. But like me, I'm not a simp. You know what I'm saying? I think that everything that women have, for the most part, men should have, especially protective mechanisms. If it wasn't for the if Jonathan Majors had actually had the right type of red pilling, he wouldn't be running from that woman, Grace Jabari, and then turned around and get convicted. Do you notice how any of the people that hate red pill, they didn't cover that Jonathan Majors, Grace Jabari situation? All the people that got an issue with red pill, none of them covered that situation where that soccer player's wife said that she divorced her husband because he was perfect. None of these people that do the red pill shit, none of them covered that situation with Shaq and his wife sitting up there saying that she don't love him. Do you notice that? Do you notice how a lot of the red pill people, they don't? Now, the thing is that if you don't pop any type of pills, if you're not a, you know what I'm saying, a pill popper or whatever, then why ain't you going at the blue pill people like Steve Harvey sitting up there writing books teaching women how to think like men? Don't that contribute to gender confusion? Don't that contribute to gender confusion? Would you guys agree? Look at Andrew Tate sitting up there saying that getting with a guy is easier than getting with a woman if you're a man. Like, that's wild. One of the issues is that the extreme ends of all of this stuff contribute to gender confusion. You know what I'm saying? So the problem is, if you ask me, I get where you're coming from, right? I get where you're coming from, and I wouldn't disagree. But what I would say is that it's the people that's bringing the message and the part of the message that they bring it. I'm not religious, right? But I will say that there's some elements of religion that, you know, for the most part, they can be healthy, right? But what you end up getting is you get corrupt governments, you get corrupt religious organizations, you get corrupt churches, and they take religion and weaponize it and actually use it to harm people. Now, here go the question. Is the religion bad, or are the people that's weaponizing it bad? Got to ask the same question about the red pill. Is the red pill bad, or are the people that's delivering the message bad? That's the question. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man AB Promotions, the second stream sponsor. Make sure y'all show AB Promotions some love.
Silence. I ain't got no money, pie.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Shout out to AV Promotions, man. AV Promotions said, Fresh told Daisy, silence. I ain't got no money, punk. You know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love for doubling down, being a third stream sponsor, and making it so that I don't have to sit up there sounding like this.
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Brooklyn Queen says she's the Asian Amanda Seals with her friend track record. Yo, she's going all over the place. Just, you know what I'm saying? Just as soon as somebody helps her, destroying the relationship with the people that helped her. You know what I'm saying? I mean, let me ask you guys this question. let's take the red pill out of the equation. What could be done to get people to objectively look at how she's interacted with people since her name has been around on YouTube? I mean, what have I said that's not accurate, like, about her? What have I said that's incorrect? What have I said that's wrong about her? You know what I'm saying? Throughout this entire thing, somebody tell me one thing that I've said that's been inaccurate or incorrect. But again, like, why we got to ask this question, because you see this question comes up in more situations than just this. Why do people feel so compelled to deny reality with their chest out? Why? Why? And here's my question. If people continue to feel compelled to deny reality with their chest out, should there not be a overarching dictatorship that makes decisions for people, since people have proven that they're not capable of doing it themselves because of emotional attachments? Should artificial intelligence not take over the world and do all human functions when humans show that they can't step outside of their biases? Give me the case for continued human independence.
So just think about it. It's meant to be. God wants you to have a baby.
Definitely not.
It is. God wants you to have a baby. 7 years never happened, and then you're you're fucking me for a month, and I'm pregnant. What does that mean?
Well,
Now I just think about it, if you force me to kill the baby, then you're a sin.
well, we already said about having sex.
Okay, so now here goes my question. She's already done this, right? So now we're looking back into the past. Who forced her to get an abortion? Shout out to Leaf Senpai. Leaf Senpai said, "Have you seen Abba and Preach call Drake a pedophile without having 100% proof? The same bad research they did with Daisy." Now here goes the I'm not sure what the age of consent is with Canada, right? But here in the United States, the age of consent varies from state to state, but I believe the most common age of consent is 18. That's the adult age, right? Now there is a question of Drake being on stage in Canada, if I'm not mistaken, kissing a 17-year-old girl, right? Which is not something that I would do. And for an adult, that would be illegal here in the United States. However, as far as the quote unquote laws in Canada, I don't know what those laws in Canada say. I don't know if 17 is an age of consent in Canada or not. You know what I'm saying? So so the only thing that I can say is that I know of him kissing a minor that would be qualified as a minor here in the United States on stage, but I don't know if that's what the Canadian legal system considers a minor. You know what I'm saying? But even as far as Abba and Preach go, beyond Drake, they make a lot of claims about things without having 100% proof. A lot. I mean, again, look what they did with the Daisy situation. I mean, Abba even he came out and admitted it. We slanted the interview to make her seem credible. Now, let me ask you guys a question. I mean, how damaging is it to make someone like this seem credible? You want to make it, oh, it was in America? Okay. Yeah, see, I'm not sure. But like I said, regardless, a 17-year-old, it's not something that I would do. You know what I'm saying? And you don't have to have no laws in place. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to have no laws in place to tell me not to do that. You know what I'm saying? But also, I don't know how he was never prosecuted for that. Like that's weird, because I don't think there was ever any type of criminal case, or I don't think there was any type of settlement that ever came about with that. So it's interesting, because there's actually articles about that situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could look that up. That actually happened. You know what I'm saying? But it's not the first time that Abba and Preach, they did stuff without research. You know what I'm saying? They do it quite a lot, and because they're the accountability police, and because of YouTube subscriber supremacy, everybody just goes with what they say. Shout out to Cameron Jones. What's good with it, bro?
But it's too late now, you know. But honestly,
At the very end there, you say force you to get an abortion. Is your position that he forced you, because you ended up getting the abortion, correct?
Yeah.
Is your position that he forced you to get the abortion?
Yes. I tell you why. Because we both planned the baby, and I'm not both on birth control.
Wait,
So I wanted to have
Who's
the
the
baby.
other
Trump donated
One sec.
$200. I hope she
Bring the,
realizes that
turn the
recording a
TTS.
conversation without both parties' consent is a felony in Florida. And once Trump is back, she'll be deported faster than the Japanese running from Godzilla.
Okay.
Hey man, voice to super chat is savage. You know what I'm saying? Voice to super chat is savage. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's hilarious, man. That's hilarious.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks for the 200.
Wait, so hold on. Go ahead with what you were saying.
We actually both plan to have the baby, and I want to have this certain understanding when the father is there.
Wait, just to be clear, he planned to have the baby.
Yeah.
Wait,
Because-
you only dated for a month?
No, we dated 4 months.
Wait, so
For
he
4 months and you
he
wanted to have
told-
his baby?
He told you he wants to have a kid.
He said if it happens, it happens.
Okay.
He asked me, what if you get pregnant?
Mhm.
I said, I'm going to keep the baby because I want to have a baby with you. And
Mhm.
I'm 28. I'm ready to have a kid.
So I mean, if she had actually had the baby, then she would have still had the baby with him, right? Like he just wouldn't have been involved, but it would have been a baby that they had together. Like they made a baby together. Like if she had not have had an abortion, then they would have had a baby together, right? Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. And this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, bro. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said her story is all over the place, and I don't even like pug face. Facts. So now here go my question. Like, what do that tell you about this? And this is what I'm saying about YouTube and subscriber supremacy. We've been saying this about this chick since day one. We've been saying this about this chick since day one. And it's like, and again, like I said, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Why did you want to have his? I just think like in 4
I
months.
was in love.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in love.
I have just some more questions though, but yeah, it just seems very so. Okay, he said he wanted to have a kid with you. I mean, we know that, like you had some.
Shout out to my man, Deformed Pretty Boy. What's good with it, bro? What's going on with you, bro? Good to see you up in here.
Tweets that you also released, or excuse me, not tweets, text messages that you released, which indicated that you guys were perhaps not being safe. I won't get into more detail, but you guys were not being safe.
Shout
On
out
that
to my
front,
man,
you were
Jay
not on
Bird.
birth
What's good
control,
with it, bro?
Is my understanding. Were you taking Plan B at all, or no Plan B?
No, he nothing.
Okay.
He me every day.
Okay.
As you guys know,
Okay.
he does that to many girls. Not
Again, like I said, man, it's just it's just wild that she just be saying this. Like most women would try to at least like even women that's like even women that's just kind of like, you know, they kind of questionable, man. Even them, they not really about to be just sitting up there sitting up there saying all that like how she's saying it, man. Like it's just crazy to me, man. Right, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, come on, Daisy, like get it together, man.
Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
Swallowing, goggling.
She wicked, man. She wicked in a mud, you know what I'm saying?
just me.
Well, I don't know the
Okay,
details of
so-
that, but
Was he
but-
doing that with other girls when you guys were together?
The one next to me. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
So
Shout out to Biggest Smack. Biggest Smack said, well, Tree says she's stubborn as hell. Bro, I said she was stubborn as hell since this first came out. Not after I had an experience with her where I tried to weaponize her to fit my narrative and all that. Man, I sized her up from day one. Day one, bro. Sized this chick up from day one. You know what I'm saying? And on top of it, everything that I said she's gonna do, she did. look at her on the whatever podcast. And this is what I'm saying. Subscriber supremacy. Subscriber supremacy. Everybody was wrong about this chick. Everybody was wrong about her except for us over here. You think anybody get any credit, any shout outs, anything? Of course not. Hell no. You got other people sitting up there saying that they exposed this chick. and we didn't expose her with no fake receipts that was made up or no AI videos of some fake interaction between her and a John. We assessed and analyzed the way that she get down, the way that she move. Oh, you already know. I'm gonna catch you cloud watching, bro. Shout out to you though. Good to see you, bro. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm saying. We about to do a stream. I got to get some time. We're gonna do a stream about that. We're gonna definitely do a stream about that. Shout out to Ron. Ron said everybody thinks Asians aren't ghetto. I've been to Southeast Asia plenty of times and they are ghetto AF. Yeah, have you ever been like, you don't even got to go to Southeast Asia, bro. Like go to Manhattan. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like the thing is that, like I said, this is the problem, and this is what people got to stop doing. All the negative elements of any type of culture, everybody puts that together into one big ball and says that that's black culture, and it's not true. Everybody do this kind of stuff. But the thing is that when they do it, everybody look at it like an isolated situation. Anytime one black person does it, they try to say that it's all black people. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said, no matter what, if a woman wants to keep you and love you for real, she gonna have that baby. She knew damn well that baby was about to look messed up. Facts. You can't even tell what the baby was gonna look like because she got so much work done. You don't even know what she really looked like. People that think that Daisy is attractive, you mess around and have a baby with her, that baby come out looking like Yoda. You know what I'm saying? You like, man, what's going on? What the baby look like Yoda for? And then you mess around and find some old pictures of Daisy before she got all the work done. You know what I'm saying? And real quick, shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all being in here. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit the bell. We got 41 people watching and we got 36 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 70.
Okay, so I'm a little confused though.
Sorry, no, but I'm just kind of
Everybody already knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just a bit confused here. You said it's against your religion to get an abortion, and you're a Buddhist.
I'm Buddhist. I don't believe in kill anything, like even the ants.
Okay.
But
wait, Andrew.
The reason you don't believe that is because why? The reason you don't believe you should kill anything in Buddhism is for what purpose?
It's because in Buddhism religions, we don't believe in do anything harm to people or to animals.
But you did though. So, but here you see, like this is the thing. So, but what at this point, right? Your religion doesn't matter because what you've already shown and what you've established is that you have parameters over what parts of your religion you will adhere to versus what you won't adhere to. You know what I'm saying? So you can sit there and say what your religion is as much as you want to, but guess what? You done already deleted the baby. So what that says is that despite the fact that you claim this religion, there's parameters on how strictly you follow it. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Right.
So if we do that, we go to hell.
Yeah, so this would be in your estimation a person, correct?
What does that mean?
That means that the baby that you were carrying, it was a person from your worldview.
It was a person.
Hey, pay to win. Thank you for the gift of 20 memberships. Guys, I'm going to actually put a brief temporary pause on the TTS just so we can get through this without interruptions. Andrew, I'm down to have you come in on this.
Yeah, no problem.
Are you cool if I just
get clarification on that point?
Okay, cool. I just want to try to get through my questions and I'll totally open it up to you, Andrew. So you are Buddhist though?
Yes.
Okay. And under the Buddhist, is the Buddhist position like abortion is it's not allowed within that faith?
I want to correct that. When I say that, I was very emotional, and as you guys know, English is not my.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I meant in Buddhism we.
Mamal Mashallah. Mamal Mashallah says, with me, she would have kept the baby, would man up and raise the kid with her. Well, good for you. But here's my question. Why would you want that? Why would you want that? Why would you want to be an embarrassment to the entire male gender? That's my question for you. She was actually in a relationship with somebody for 9 months and she chose not to marry him. But you want to have her baby. And then you want to call yourself manning up and raising a kid with her. You know what actually manning up with her is? Manning up is if you're attracted to her for whatever reason based on the physical features, but you know that she's a piece of crap. Manning up would be to not involve yourself with her. That's what manning up is. Why would you want to be involved with somebody like this who can just sit there and lie and destroy your life at her whims if she feels that you upset her for the day? If you can't buy her a Gucci bag, she's going to sit there and say how abusive you were towards her. How did Fresh pressure her into deleting the baby? Fresh just said, I don't want kids. And then when she said that she was pregnant, all he did was he didn't pressure her. He didn't say you better take this abortion pill or else. He said what you can do is take an abortion pill. How did he pressure her? And here's another thing. She aborted her marriage. She got proposed to and didn't accept it. And here goes another question. Why would you be in that situation? Why not just move the right way and protect yourself? That's my question for you. Let me know what you think about that.
Don't believe in kill anybody or doing anything harm to people because we want to be kind to everybody.
Right.
And that's how I feel.
So now let me ask you guys. And so again, I want to go back, right? Do you guys remember when I had said that the passport bro movement is not going to save you from Western women because Western culture is spreading? So you think you might be getting away from Western culture, but you still got to vet these foreign chicks just as much as you would vet an American chick because of the spread and influence of American culture. Would you guys say that Daisy substantiates that talking point? And do you notice how none of the passport bros have actually done any content talking about Daisy at all? Now, again, there's some passport bros that actually make good content that's worth looking at if you're into that type of thing, right? But my thing is that if they're actually honest, then they would talk about that and warn you. Because again, that's not saying that you can't go outside of the United States and find a woman. But what you need to know is that American culture is the most popular culture in the world. And at a lot of these places that you're going to, the women of those places are actually there emulating American culture. So you're going from America to find a pseudo-American woman, which is probably what you're going to end up with. Because most of those women, if they're actually passport, you know what I'm saying? If they're actually down with their culture, in most cases, when you go to a lot of those places, regardless whether somebody's racist or not, a lot of those people are not going to go outside of their culture. Simply because they've been in their culture for so long. They care about how their family looks at them, wealth building, many different reasons. So if you're actually dealing with somebody that's just like truly like, you know, multi-generational, deep into that culture, you're not really going to be able to access them anyway. You're only going to be able to access those Americanized foreign women who are aware of American men looking for foreign women who are going to be on some gotcha stuff like Daisy. You know what I'm saying? But they don't tell. But again, you can tell these are people that don't have a lot of experience. So what they do is they just present a story and it sounds good to people. And then they find out the hard way. You know what I'm saying? They find out the hard way. You know what I'm saying?
Surrounding with people, I'm always trying to be honest. But I just can't keep the baby because they are harassing me after. They hired many people and they made many allegations on me. I don't want my kid's father to have to behave like that. And I don't want to be a single mother. I just have to be realistic. I have to be responsible for my life and my kid.
Okay. So now, again, right? Coercion, right? We got to go back to the definition of coercion. I don't want to be a single mom. Did the action that she took on her own contribute to her not being a single mom? Her end goal is to not be a single mom. The action that she took was an abortion. Did that help to contribute to leading her to her end goal of not being a single mom. So then you have to ask the question, how is this abortion? That doesn't make you a good guy with a good heart. That doesn't make you a good guy with a good heart. Going after a chick that has proven to be dirty, that doesn't make you a good guy with a good heart. You know what I'm saying? Is that what you consider a good guy with a good heart? Sleeping with a dirtbag, getting her pregnant, and then raising the kid? That constitutes the definition of having a good heart? I don't think that it does. I don't think that fulfills the requirements of a good heart. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want my baby father is this type of guy, you know. They were making jokes.
Wait, but
again, you don't want your baby dad to be this type of guy, but you consciously made the choice to allow him to bust in you. Nope, like that was not forced on you. You made that decision.
I think even in that conversation, it sounded like you did want him to be. I mean, you were having sex with him, sleeping with him.
I did.
You did want him to be the father.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Before, even when I had the conversation with him, I was sure I want to keep the baby, 100%.
Okay.
Did you want to marry him?
I don't care about marriage. I don't believe in marriage.
Wait.
Let me ask you guys this question. If you actually loved your child, what does that have to do with the father? Let me ask y'all this. When a marriage terminates and women divorce, does that cause them to stop loving their children? Does that cause them to stop loving their children, or does a mother always love her children? So now, whether Fresh was there or not, what does that have to do with the bond between her and the baby? That's the question. And I think that that's a fair question. And I think that that's a viable question. And that's a question that she should have to answer. But if you guys can, as you guys can see, she's not answering that question or even addressing it. So I'm going to ask you guys, how do you guys feel about that?
So,
okay, well, but you did say, like, in that phone conversation that you don't want to kill the baby. It's against your religion. It's against Buddhism. You said you wanted to keep the baby.
Yes.
But you did ultimately get the abortion.
I did, because after everything happened, they were internet harassing me. While I'm pregnant, he didn't show up.
Where's the receipts of the internet harassment? So what she's saying is that what Myron did was internet harassment. Shout out to Local Tina. Local Tina said that girl is faking her accent. I'm dead. If y'all agree with Local Tina, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Is her accent fake or is her accent real? Let me know. This is what I'm saying. Like, people like Daisy are dangerous. Where's the receipts? Shout out to Biggest Mac. Biggest Mac says there's no receipts. I gotta agree. There's no receipts. There's no receipts. Myron is roasting her, making fun of her, talking crap about her. But roasting somebody, making fun of them, and talking crap about them, that's not a threat. That's not a threat. You know what I'm saying?
Respond everything. Instead, the whole group of people would insult me on internet, and they were celebrating me being a single mother, playing a song like, "You let him hit in the road, now you're a single mother."
Right. Even she laughing at the song. She remembered those words. Even she laughing at the song.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
I told you, man, the single mom swing is out here breaking a lot of women, man. It's really breaking them, man. Like, it's hurting them to their heart. And it's wild. It's wild. Like, you really letting the song get you down like that? You know what I'm saying? The single mom swing is breaking their hearts, man. It's breaking their souls, man.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
That's one of the biggest things. Like, she just mad. She mad because she might mess around and be in a Brandon Jamal short. Like, for real. I'm sorry, man. That wouldn't stop me. If I was a woman, that wouldn't stop me from having a kid if I really felt like that type of connection with the kid, man. But I'm telling you, though, one thing that this does show is that when it comes to a lot of women, they'll take you out and just blame somebody else for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I love you, kid, but you got to die. You know what I'm saying? And it's somebody else's fault. You know what I'm saying? But I loved you anyway, though. Let me throw some flowers on your grave. Like, that's wild, man. Shout out to J-Bird. J-Bird said, run that back. That joint shaking.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Man, I'm dead. Hey, yo, shout out to Ron Tober, man. Make sure y'all show some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Ron Tober. My man Ron Tober wants that Walter joint to play. You already know, bro. Let's get it.
Sipping Walter ain't claim to be a king, but he found everything, don't need a thing. Said he slept 1,000 women straight up lying. But when it comes to honesty, he's always trying. He boasted about not spending a dime on the ladies, but we all know he's just frontin' like crazy. Said he's a music producer, but it's all fake. Just a mask he wears, and it's all a mistake. Simping Walter is where lies, claiming things that he just never tries. What we see through his facades, plain to see. Simping Walter, you can't fool me.
Oh, man, that song is hilarious, man. Shout out to Ron, man. Make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Ron with the $9.99 super chat, the 4th stream sponsor. Appreciate you, bro.
Song. Well, I mean, but do you think that?
And then also I found out other things about him, that he was doing this to many other girls, and he also mentioned Hail Mary. He brought a girl that.
Well, hold on. Let's just stay focused on your specific relationship with him. So, how far along when you told him? Were you 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks pregnant?
When I told him, it was like probably less than 4 weeks.
Less than 4 weeks. Okay. Yeah. And then and is that how long from when you told him to when you recorded that phone call?
4 days.
4 days. And then from the point that you recorded the phone call, how soon after did you release the phone call to the internet?
Like a few days later.
A few days later.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
wait, I don't really remember when I recorded, but I know when I released it a few days later, not immediately.
Okay. And I mean, you're saying though he was hesitant to be involved. I mean, certainly, look, I mean, even if it was the case that I mean, you can't force him to be involved in terms of parentage, but I mean,
I can't force.
There would have been some sort of child support payment, for example.
But I don't want a child support. I want my baby father to be there.
Okay. Well, but I mean, don't you think? I mean, this is from the time you told him to the point that you released all of this on the internet. It sounds like maybe only about 7 days went by.
Yeah.
I mean, for most men, I would assume can be pretty shocking, especially someone who you just broke up with. It takes time to process that sort of thing. I mean, don't you feel like you kind of took the first shot in all of this?
No.
Well, you leaked the private conversation.
Yeah, I leaked. Yeah.
But don't you think that was an escalation in this? You can say that, he wasn't being responsive to you, but this was an escalation on your part by making this public. And then, of course, I mean, from perhaps his perspective, he would be less inclined to want to communicate with you further, because when he did communicate with you, he called you on the phone, you recorded it, which was a private conversation.
I'll tell you, even if I didn't leak the message, he wouldn't take the responsibility.
Well, how do you know that? You gave him 1 week and then you went nuclear.
Yeah, and that's actually a good point. That's actually a good point, and we need to address that. Without giving him the opportunity to actually take responsibility, how, despite the fact that he said that he didn't want kids, how do we know that he would have not taken responsibility? He never got the opportunity to take responsibility. So again, my question is for all the people that are advocating for Daisy, my question is when she's talking, when she's saying things, when she's making these points, what are people actually listening to? Because like I said, if you simply listen to what she says, for one, she doesn't make any sense. For two, she contradicts herself all the time. You know what I'm saying? All the time. Takes no accountability. So my question is, I mean, I don't understand. Like, where's the redeemability in Daisy? Somebody help me out with it.
So
the guy.
how we find out who he is later. He
Well,
basically tricks women, buys fake stuff to trick women, and also made other women pregnant. Also on the phone, record. I asked him, have you ever made anyone pregnant before? He said
Okay.
yes.
Now here goes the thing, right? None of what she's saying is a crime. Would you guys agree? How many of y'all would agree? If you guys would agree, she has not listed a crime. Mind you, you'll hear later on, she wants to have him locked up and put in jail, right? In order to get locked up and put in jail, you have to be found guilty of a crime. She has not been found guilty of any crime. Or I mean, he has not been found guilty of any crime. And he hasn't even presented with anything that we could even remotely say is close to a crime with any of this.
Sure.
He made his ex-wife get an abortion. So for me, in my head, I was like, okay, this man doesn't want to take responsibilities. And also we didn't use protection. He just kind of like nutting me every day.
Mm-hmm.
And also I wanted to have the kid, you know. So for me, if you don't want a kid, just tell me simply.
Why does she keep saying that? Like, out of being here this long and, you know what I'm saying, having interactions with people and stuff like that, like, I mean, you really can't just like not say that. Like, I don't get it. Like, to me, like, we got it, Daisy. You know what I'm saying? Like, we get it. We understand that that's what happened. Can you like kind of, you know, like, I don't know, like maybe like change your terminology or something like that? Like, can you do that?
You tell me, baby, I don't want a kid. Get a plan B.
But don't you think
That's all. But
I mean, don't you think in furtherance of either a reconciliation of your relationship, or if that was just never going to be possible, you guys reconciling romantically, having him involved as a parent, don't you think extending him just the most basic courtesy of keeping this whole thing private could have been in furtherance of, you know, him being involved potentially?
Now, I got to ask you guys this question, right? This is probably going to take a while to go over, because like I said, there's a lot. So my question for you guys is, if we don't like, because I don't plan on being on here all damn day. Like this I'm probably only gonna do like 3.5 hours. You know what I'm saying? If we don't get as far as we need to within that 3.5 hours, do you all want a part 2 of this to try to wrap it up like later on tonight? If you guys do, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. If you're watching on the replay, hashtag replay gang and say part 2. All right.
I really don't know. I'm not sure, but I'll tell you why I decided. When the moment I decided to leak the message, it's because when he texts me,
bro,
I want to get other 4 girls.
Bro, it's been a whole month of this crap now. It's been a whole month. You know what I'm saying? It's been a whole damn month of just listening to this, just listening to her sit there and say, and he not in me. Like, God damn, it's like, shut up. You know what I'm saying? Like, say something else. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that, like, God, like you're graphic and irritating. You know what I'm saying?
Test it.
Okay.
So can you imagine when your boyfriend telling you that why you're pregnant? He does that
pregnancy test or something?
Pregnancy test. He admitted that he was seeing other 4 girls at the same time, having sex without protection and not in them.
Yeah. She did it again. She did it again. Damn it. She said he has sex with 4 girls and he not in them. Like, come on. I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. This is, oh my God. Oh, stop. You know what they should do? Like, she should have to pay like $50 every time she say they not in me. You know what I'm saying? God. Look at the other 2 Asian girls looking at her like, why? Why did you do this? Like, why? You know what I'm saying?
I didn't know that. For me,
Wait, but
know.
earlier on in the conversation, you said you don't object to a man having sex with other women.
I don't. But
Okay.
he was telling me there's no other girl,
Okay.
and they're not you. And even if I do see other girl, I use protection. So he kind of like always avoid me, like avoid this conversation. He just said I'm not seeing other girl. Plus, when I was with him 2 weeks, mostly he was with me 24 hours, except the 3 days when he tried to break up with me. He just like he disappeared for 3 days. So
Before trying to break up with you?
yeah, he disappeared for 3 days.
Why did you want him to be your baby's father?
I was in love.
But like, I know, I'm just like, I just want to know, like, what did you think that was like so great about him to make you want him? Like,
that is a great question that this woman here is asking, and this is the question. This is the question that we've been asking, because again, like you just gotta like, why? Like it don't. It's just like imagine getting. Hey, shout out to the ladies. I think the only lady in the chat is Brooklyn Queen. So shout out to you, Brooklyn Queen. But if there's any other ladies, if y'all in here and y'all hiding, please help me with this. Imagine being swept off your feet by Fresh Prince CEO. Tell me how that works. Tell me how that works. What does that look like? What is that? like Fresh Prince CEO was just so charming, you know what I'm saying? Like you just couldn't handle yourself. Like show me how that works, man. Oh my god. Oh man, like the Fresh Prince just took you to ecstasy, huh? Oh man, I guess, you know what I'm saying? I guess
because that's a big title to have. Like, whoever you choose to be your child's father is a big choice.
I was in love. That's all.
Was that your first time in love?
Sorry?
Was that your first time in love? Or
first time?
For really? Come on now. How many of y'all believe this nonsense? How many of y'all believe this nonsense? This was her first time falling in love. So the first person, the Fresh Prince Charming CEO, stop it, man. Stop. Damn it, stop. Sit up here and listen to this nonsense. See, now, really?
Time in love ever. First time I wanted to have a kid with somebody.
All right. So, and then at the end of that video, you were saying something about him forcing you to get an abortion.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just a little confused there. How did he force you to get an abortion?
It was like kind of like misunderstood with my English.
Okay, so now again, here you go. Everything is misunderstood with her English, but you understand how to say that somebody busted in you every damn day. You do understand that, but you don't understand anything else. So should you really be, here's the thing, right? Should you really be making important decisions with English speaking people without an interpreter? Is that really in your best interest in? Yeah, they all looking at her crazy. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Do y'all see these other women looking at her crazy? And her homegirl just looking into space. Like what's her name? Noelle just looking into space. She just like, this was a bad idea. Look at that girl with the purple. She really ice grilling her. Now, you know what would be funny? And this is bad, right? This is bad. It would be hilarious. Now, if Daisy really wanted to damage Fresh Prince CEO's credibility, she would have to take a couple on the chin, which we know she don't have any problem doing. You know what I'm saying? She would have to take a couple on the chin, but she could say that she's actually legitimate. She could say that she's a T. She comes out and says, "I had all the surgery because I'm actually a T." Oh man, that will mess Fresh up, man. Oh my goodness, he'd be all messed up. She said, "Okay, I lie about the pregnancy, and the reason why I have all the surgery is because I'm realistically a T." Man, if she came out and said that she was a T, man, now that right there is over for Fresh and Fit podcast. It's done. It's a wrap. You done messed around and start dealing with a damn bologna sandwich down there. The podcast is done. It's a wrap.
Translated it in English, that means like if you ask me for a abortion. No, I didn't mean force me.
Okay.
Because I know I'm adult. I can make my own
Sure.
decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you guys together, you and Noelle, you guys did make a video titled.
Yeah, we did.
Nick, are you able to pull that up? No. It's
now this is good, right? Right here on this part, they about to go into this video that her and the Noelle woman made. All right. And they really gonna break down this video. And the sad thing about how they break down this video is that they really break down this video in a more competent form and in a more competent format than the people who are actually supposed to be, interviewing her. They don't really let her get away with anything. And again, what I need to figure out and what I want you guys to let me know about in the comment section is that why is it that they were capable of being able to do this effective interview and actually get her to say certain things, and the other YouTubers who dealt with her, Abba and Preach, they didn't show that competency. Why do you guys think that is?
You're pulling up the Reddit video? Okay. No. Stop. Nick, the YouTube video, please. What was the title of that video?
We are the victims.
So just before we pull that up, do you guys consider yourselves to be victims of Walter?
Yes.
So he victimized you?
Yes.
I
How?
don't feel quite victim, but I do feel like I was played.
Well, you said we. So the title of the video is "We Are the Victims." So I mean, you were both in the video, so I would assume that means that
We both and other girls.
other women too.
Other women.
Victims of what precisely?
Yeah.
A crime?
I wouldn't say a crime, but emotionally damaged.
Emotional.
Now, it goes from not saying a crime to being accusations of coercion. Yeah, facts. I got to agree. If you guys agree with Deformed Pretty Boy, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Deformed Pretty Boy says he's out here raw dogging broads. You know he didn't start getting boxed until the money. It's obvious, bro. Facts. Yeah, which is interesting, right? Biggest Mac, shout out to Biggest Mac. Biggest Mac says whatever podcast was pretty neutral, which was interesting because actually Fresh and Fit podcast has gone after whatever podcast multiple times. It's funny that Daisy happened to be on whatever podcast because I had actually planned to do a stream highlighting the whatever podcast and Fresh and Fit podcast beef. Now, the thing that's interesting about this is that as far as Abba and Preach goes, they're kind of out of the conversation. But whatever podcast is a direct competitor. They're a direct competitor of Fresh and Fit, a direct competitor. I wouldn't say Abba and Preach are direct competitors of Fresh and Fit. They just happen to be people that fell out after after a podcast collaboration or a podcast visit. You know what I'm saying? But now, whatever podcast, they're absolutely, undeniably a direct competitor with Fresh and Fit. And they didn't try to weaponize Daisy, which I find very interesting. Just very interesting. Again, it's a reflection on the people who were dealing with Daisy, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying?
Emotionally damaged.
Emotional abuse?
For me, yes.
Was he just like dating all of you guys? Like
he was dating like different women, but he kind of made me like his main girl. But
well,
at the same time,
when you say he was emotional abuse, what specifically?
When he found out I'm pregnant, instead of standing up and wipe it up, he told his partner, making allegations about me, pull up some fake videos about me, saying I'm an escort, calling me a whore, call his baby mother a whore.
But hold on, I mean,
obviously, all this internet attacked.
I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but some people baby moms are 304s. I mean, that is a thing. I mean, that's some people get 304s pregnant. Like, so I mean, just being a baby mom and being a 304 is not necessarily mutually exclusive. Right? Would you guys agree? Yeah, and I gotta agree with Cameron. They stole their whole format. Facts. So I mean, like, she's just outraged because she the baby mom and she got called at 304. I mean, okay, you know what I'm saying?
That caused me emotional damage.
Did you do that before or after you leaked the?
After
It was after.
After.
Well, so do you think it's emotionally abusive to leak private phone calls?
You mean
Now, again, all the stuff that Daisy has done, right? All the stuff that she's done, she's put out the messages and all of this. She's put out these messages and she's leaked all this private information, and she's done this in an attempt to convince Fresh Prince CEO to, I guess, quote unquote, be more involved or be the father. So again, the question that we got to ask is, if we're going to be asking the question of coercion, who is doing the most coercion? Who's doing the most coercion? Is Fresh Prince CEO doing the most coercion, or is Daisy doing the most coercion? Who's doing the most coercion? Since coercion is the PBS word of the day. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and share the stream to your social media. We got 44 people watching and we got 39 likes. If we can get the likes to 70, that would be wonderful.
me?
For example, let's say Walter had recorded a private conversation that you and him had
Mhm.
that was of a private and delicate nature.
Yeah.
And he leaked that. Would you feel that that would be abusive?
I wouldn't like that. But,
You wouldn't like
but
it.
I also wouldn't treat anybody like that. So
Okay. Look, we can. Look,
Okay,
it may certainly be the case that Walter wasn't perfect in this.
wasn't
but
perfect. That's not a
Perfect.
good word. Like, he's worse than that.
Well,
Wasn't
I mean,
perfect.
did you know that? I mean, for example, his podcast, he does sort of.
I
he is a
didn't
bit-
know.
But he is a bit up. Well, one, you said that you would not object to a man sleeping with other women, even if you're in a relationship
Yeah,
with
that's
them.
because I'm realistic, and also we human build that.
I don't think that that's realistic. I think that is fascinating that she thinks that a man should make $1 million per year, and that's realistic, right? She thinks that a man should make $1 million a year. That's realistic, but she doesn't think that a man staying faithful to her is realistic. So her expectation of what of an acceptable income for a guy is $1 million, and in her mind, that's realistic. But the low expectation of just simply being faithful to her is unrealistic. I mean, just all I gotta say is just wow. You know what I'm saying? Just wow.
This laws and this restrictions for our generation, for people, for human being. But before, when we were back in thousands of years ago, we didn't have these rules.
Which
guys
was-
like could sleeping with different women just to produce babies. Okay, so
Right.
human nature, we don't just sleep with one person. I'm just being realistically. If my husband or my boyfriend respect me and always being honest with me,
Okay, humans are mammals, right? And by human nature, humans being mammals, most animals are violent towards other animals, just as a way of life. Would you guys say that in society most people are violent? See, like, here's the thing, like, when it doesn't, like, human nature would only matter if there was no societal structure to organize human behavior into regulations of what's permitted and not permitted, legal versus illegal. Human nature should never be brought up in any conversation, as long as we're talking about these conversations taking place within a society, because human nature does not trump laws that are in place. Human nature does not trump societal norms. Would you guys agree? So when people sit there and say, yeah, it's human nature, it's also human nature for you to go outside and eat grass, but you don't. You know what I'm saying? It's also human nature for you to go drink out of a creek or out of a lake, but you don't. So, like, I mean, a human nature argument or presenting human nature as a reason for something, I mean, that only goes so far. It's also human nature to be violent when threatened, but in most cases, people aren't.
I'm fine. Just don't bring me disease. That's what I told him. But instead, he could tell me the truth, but he lied to me. I don't sleep with other women. I'm solid. I already made up my mind. And then when I told him I'm pregnant, he told me I need to get 4 other girls tested. So my mind was bloated. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Wait, so if you're like, I'm trying to figure out what the goal was and all of it. Did you just wanted him to be your baby's father?
I would.
Because you said you didn't care about marriage, so it's like if everything else, like him sleeping around with other girls or whatever, that doesn't matter to you. Like, then I don't like. How are you guys saying like you got played?
I was hoping that he could just treat me nicely instead of just telling me go ahead and get a pill. Like if he could just like say, "Baby, I'm gonna get you through this. I'll go to the hospital with you." Any of that, but he didn't.
But I mean, they do sort of hold themselves out to be these kind of playboy characters.
I mean, at the same time, though, she didn't ask him none of that neither, though. Does anybody have the conversation where she said, well, can you go to the hospital with me? She didn't even say like, well, I'm scared. Like she didn't really express none of that to him. Right. It's human nature to slaughter animals for food. Facts. She didn't ask him to go to the hospital with her. All she just kept saying was that she's having a baby. She's having a baby. She didn't even really ask him to be a part of the process through the entire thing with him. You know what I'm saying? None of that really happened.
I mean, they have a segment on Womanizer Wednesdays. Walter claims to have had a body count of over 1,000. He says he slept with over 1,000 women. I mean, you must have known to some degree that he was probably involved with other women.
Well, I know he's a playboy. Like he's
okay. You knew that.
I knew that, but I didn't know that he has bad character. Playing boy and bad character is different. Okay, I didn't know he's evil like that.
Playboy and bad character. Okay.
And I don't pay attention about
strong word.
I don't pay attention
do you
about.
Do you think he's evil?
Yes.
Why?
Because of the way.
Like what? Just what specifically did he do that was evil?
Made me pregnant, and
that would make him evil.
Right. I mean, not for you, but for women.
So okay, guys, you guys see the standard, right? You guys see the standard, right? If first and foremost, it's you who makes a woman pregnant, right? It's not a mutual thing anymore. It's you who makes it. Now, what's interesting about it is that, like when it comes to a lot of women, a lot of women talk about how they don't have any power, you know what I'm saying? And like, society takes away their power. But in this situation where Daisy actually has the power and the access to sex, she's sitting there saying that like Fresh made her, you know what I'm saying, pregnant. Like a situation where a magic wand was just waved and she was pregnant, which I guess technically kind of did happen. You know what I'm saying? But she allowed the magic wand to be waved and she got pregnant. You know what I'm saying? But now we got this situation to where, if you get a woman pregnant, you're evil. You're evil. And again, this is that stuff right here. This is what I'm talking about. Now, again, this is what I'm saying, right? I'm not sitting here presenting this live stream or presenting this situation as if this is all women, right? But the fact that there are women out there like this is something that guys should be aware of, right? What I want you guys to focus on is look at the guys who don't want you to have any knowledge that there's women like Daisy out there. They want you to crash test head first into a woman like Daisy without hearing any other perspective. What do you all think about men like that? Shout out to James. James said, Rob, if release that simping song, it will clean up at the Grammy Awards. Bro, we need to shout out to DJ TJ. You know what I'm saying? We need to release it under DJ TJ / Blacklight Revelations collaboration. You know what I'm saying? What y'all think?
We actually carrying a baby. We actually had to get an abortion.
Well, you consented to the sex, correct?
Yes, I did,
Okay.
but I didn't consent. Have sex, nutting in me. I didn't.
There she goes again. Damn
man
it.
controls that.
There she goes again with that nonsense. God, you so nasty. She's so nasty. Damn.
Shows their behavior while having sex. And
How
we
come you're
cannot
on birth control.
We cannot control if a man's gonna come inside of us, or no, we cannot control that.
Well,
that's not true. That's not true because like you just don't walk around with a guy's, you know what I'm saying? You just don't walk around with a guy inside of you, like and just randomly releases like a damn, you know what I'm saying, like a damn fire alarm. That's not how that works. You can always control that by choosing abstinence. Like, what are we talking about here? I mean, like, it just, society has created a situation where women, I mean, like, this is wild, man. Literally no responsibility for anything whatsoever. None. They complain about not having any control in any situations, and in the situations where they have control, they choose not to exercise it until they want to weaponize the consequences of the decision against somebody else. But again, there's guys out there who literally tell you that this kind, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this doesn't exist. Don't pay attention to it. Women are nice, sugar and spice, everything nice, and that's just it. That's my exactly. Facts. Why do you continue allowing this? I don't know, man. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I mean, you had sex with him multiple times, I'm assuming.
Yes, because
and he was coming inside of you every single time.
Because I wanted to have the kids. I also wanted to have the kids.
Right, but so I mean, it's not like you were saying, "Please don't do this. Please don't come inside of me."
Oh, I didn't say
you were
that.
fine with it.
Yeah, I was fine. And my future told me you're gonna get pregnant on March, which it happened.
Well, I think that's typically how children happen. You know, the guys.
I don't know. Like my future teller literally told me last year you're gonna be pregnant. I was
Wait,
hoping.
Your fortune teller?
Yeah, my fortune teller.
Was it like a palm reading, or what are we?
I don't know. Someone from China.
Like
I believe in that.
Like, so she had a palm reader, right? And she said, "Palm reader, what will happen to me next year?" And they said, "Daisy, what do you do?" "Well, I let people not in me. I let people not in me." And the palm reader said, let me see this crystal ball real quick. I see you getting pregnant, you know what I'm saying, pretty soon here. "Oh, thank you. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, I could have told you that fortune. I could have told you that. I don't have no experience with no damn fortune cookies. I don't have no experience with no damn crystal balls, and I could have told you that."
Cookie. You will be pregnant.
No.
Do we have any fortune cookies in the studio? Let's see what she's gonna get today. Okay.
Wait, so he knew you wanted to get pregnant?
He knew it, and I was taking all
like
this.
they were planning.
I was
to have
taking
a
the
child.
supplements, you know.
You're taking.
So now again, here she goes. She says she's taking the supplements, right? So now let me ask you this: if she worried about her body, right? She worried about her body getting messed up and all that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get pregnant because of my body. If you worried about your body getting messed up, why was you so happy about wanting to get pregnant real quick? And then you went to go see somebody with some damn fortune cookies and a crystal ball. Now, if anybody watched anything about you on the internet, it only take one YouTube video for somebody to say you probably gonna get pregnant, and you done sat up there and paid a fortune teller. You could have came over here and paid me. Shit. You know what I'm saying?
Prenatal?
Yeah,
You're taking prenatal supplements.
I take that, and I quit drinking, you know, stuff like that. I really sincere like wanted to have a baby.
Did he want to have the kid?
I mean, he didn't say like, "Oh, I really want the kid," but by his behavior and action,
If he didn't want to have the kid, he wouldn't have.
I asked him many
I don't
times.
think. Well, I think genuinely.
I think
he didn't want to have a kid.
I think he didn't
but
want
he
the
also
kid, but
enjoyed
nutting in
blasting
you.
inside.
But why didn't you tell me? I asked him 100 times at least.
That's just how
Why do
guys
you
are.
do
Guys
that?
are just gonna, you know, if a guy gets to hit it raw, they're gonna. Why would he pull out?
I mean,
Well,
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know if I agree with that either, but okay. You know what I'm saying? All right. Oh man, I feel bad for the young generation, man. This is what y'all got to deal with out here. This is what y'all got to deal with out here. I don't feel bad for y'all, actually, man. Y'all choose to listen to idiots on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? You guys choose to do stupid stuff. Y'all got an accountability problem the same way that we talk about as far as the women do. Y'all bring this on yourselves, man. You know what I'm saying? The young generation is done. It's over with. It's a wrap. It's a wrap for a lot of y'all young people, man. It's a wrap for a lot of y'all. You know what I'm saying?
He should know that. That he should know that their partner is going to get pregnant, or he didn't care if she just go ahead and get an abortion. That doesn't affect him. It's a damage for women.
Prior to Walter, have you ever had?
No, never.
Never. Okay.
Never.
It's just. I think it's just important for women to choose who they're having sex with without a condom, because we should already know, like, we're gonna get pregnant and everything. But
I mean, I don't disagree with the logic that young lady there is using. Would you guys agree with what that young lady right there said? If you guys agree with what she said, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I mean, I said that before. Like, what made her choose Fresh? You just fell head over heels in love with Fresh. Somebody explain to me how you fall head over heels in love with Fresh. Like, what is it about Fresh that like just swept you off your feet? You know what I'm saying? Was it what was it? Was it the looks? You know what I'm saying? Was it the smile? What was it? Somebody help me out. This is why she need to come get an interview over here. She's not gonna stay on no interview over here. She gonna say, "You be mean to me," you know what I'm saying, and then bounce.
He's already taken.
As I said, I didn't mind. I was in love.
Sure. And so just going back to the video, you guys, the video is titled "We Are the Victims." I'm not sure if I really heard an answer to this. What specifically are you guys a victim of? And Noelle, let me hear from you.
Well, I don't think I'm like a victim, but
Okay.
prior to going out and meeting Fresh, I told him, look, I'm not on birth control.
Okay.
I don't want to have children out of wedlock. And, you know, I expect you to use protection. And then when it came to that, he just didn't ask me about it.
Hey, make sure y'all show AB some love. The 5th stream sponsor. Please throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man AB Promotion super chatting again. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Definitely appreciate it.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
AB said she went to Miss Swan and she said, "I tell you everything." That's exactly what she did. I tell you everything. He not in me. I can't with it, man. I can't with it. Shout out to Charles. Charles said, "Wait, did all of their girls sleep with Fresh?" No, just Daisy and the girl next to her. Daisy and Noelle. Those are the only two. You know what I'm saying? Right. You know what I'm saying? That's facts. Now she doing the single mom swing.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
That's crazy, man. It's crazy out here, some of the stuff that dudes and women be doing. Like, it's just wild.
Give me a warning. He just kind of blasted. Like, and it took me by surprise.
Oh my God, man. She said... Hey, they said the way she's describing this, bro. She's describing this like she's describing this like a roller coaster derailed and they wasn't ready for it. Hey, she's describing this like a roller coaster derailment. Listen.
So just going back to the video, you guys, the video is titled "We Are the Victims." I'm not sure if I really heard an answer to this. What specifically are you guys a victim of? And Noelle, let me hear from you.
Well, I don't think I'm like a victim, but prior to going out and meeting Fresh, I told him, look, I'm not on birth control.
Okay.
I don't want to have children out of wedlock. And, you know, I expect you to use protection. And then when it came to that, he just didn't ask me about it, didn't give me a warning. He just kind of blasted. Like, and it.
It wasn't no warning or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, man! Shut your ass up, man. Look at how scared she looked. Like there's just there was just no warning. Like we were having a conversation, and then next thing I know, man, that's hilarious, man. Shout out to Carlton. What's good with it, bro? Man, that is too damn funny. Hey, Fresh face was looking like this.
Simple ain't claim to be the key, But he lied about everything, don't mean a thing. Said he slept 1,000 women straight up lying. And when it comes to honesty, he's always trying. He posted from not spending a dime on the ladies, but we all know he's just fronting like crazy.
His face was sitting up there looking just like that. Shout out to Black Bitcoin Key. What's good with it, bro? Look at her. She look like she got regrets. Y'all think she got regrets? Man, I swear that's some of the funniest shit I've heard in my life. She said, I had no idea. I had no idea what I had no idea what happened. And the next thing I knew, I was just frosted. Hey, she didn't get glazed. She didn't get glazed. She got frosted. You know what I'm saying? She got forcefully frosted.
So just going back to the video, you guys, the video is titled "We Are the Victims." I'm not sure if I really heard an answer to this. What specifically are you guys a victim of? And Noelle, let me hear from you.
Well, I don't think I'm like a victim, but
Okay.
prior to going out and meeting Fresh, I told him, look, I'm not on birth control.
Okay.
I don't want to have children out of wedlock. And, you know, I expect you to use protection. And then when it came to that, he just didn't ask me about it, didn't give me a warning. He just kind of blasted. And it took me by surprise because I was trusting that he wasn't going to. You know?
Okay.
But you said like use protection, so you allowed him to.
He just yo, she looking. Hey, she looks terrified, man. That shit is hilarious. Oh my god, that's funny as hell. All right, this is the last time.
Bro, literally told me last year you're gonna be pregnant. I was
Wait,
hoping.
your fortune teller?
Yeah, my fortune teller.
Was it like a palm reading or what are we?
I don't know. Someone from China.
Like a
I believe in
fortune
that.
cookie? You will be pregnant.
No.
Do we have any fortune cookies in the studio? Let's see what she's gonna get today.
Wait,
Okay.
so he knew you wanted to get pregnant.
He knew it, and I was
Okay, well, it
taking
seems
all
like
this.
they were planning.
I
to
was
have a
taking the
child.
supplements.
Your take was it prenatal?
Prenatal.
Yeah,
You're taking prenatal supplements.
I take that, and I quit drinking.
Yeah, we definitely about to start using that, and I gotta get a sound on the soundboard that's associated with it, like like Dave Chappelle. Oh man, that's crazy.
Stuff like that. I really sincere like wanted to have a baby.
Did he want to have the kid?
I mean, he didn't say like, oh, I really want the kid, but by his behavior and action,
If he didn't want to have the kid, he wouldn't have.
I asked him many times.
I think genuinely,
I think
he didn't want to have a kid.
I think he didn't
but
want
he
the
also
kid, but
enjoyed
nutting in you.
blasting
Yeah,
inside.
that's
But why didn't
I don't-
tell me? I asked him 100 times at least.
That's just how
Why do
guys
you
are.
do
Guys
that?
are just gonna, if a guy gets to hit it raw, they're gonna. Why would he pull out?
I mean, I
Well, then
wouldn't.
he should know that.
if they're not on birth
Then he should know that their partner is gonna get pregnant, or he didn't care if she just go ahead and get an abortion. That doesn't affect him.
Have you
Because
have
that's
you ever
It's a damage for women.
prior to Walter? Have you ever had?
No, never,
Never. Okay.
never.
It's just.
Um,
I think it's just
so
important for
go-
women to choose who they're having sex with.
Hey, we gotta get TD Jakes to be like, have you ever been blasted? Have you ever been blasted? I would.
Without a condom, because we should already know like we're gonna get pregnant and everything. But if he's already
As I said, I didn't mind. I was in love.
Sure. And so just going back to the video, you guys, the video is titled "We Are the Victims." I'm not sure if I really heard an answer to this. What specifically are you guys a victim of? And Noelle, let me hear from you.
Well, I don't think I'm like a victim, but
Okay.
prior to going out and meeting Fresh, I told him, look, I'm not on birth control.
Okay.
I don't want to have children out of wedlock. And, you know, I expect you to use protection. And then when it came to that,
If you didn't want to have children out of wedlock, then why were y'all doing what you guys were doing? Anytime you do that, you got to understand that there's a chance, whether it's a small chance or a large chance, that things may not go as planned and that there could be a resulting pregnancy. You got to always take that into consideration. Yeah, blast off. That's the emoji right there, the rocket ship. Facts. Shout out to Mo Facts. What's good with it, bro?
he just didn't ask me about it.
This is
didn't
ridiculous.
give me a warning. He just kind of blasted. Like, it took me by surprise because I was trusting that he wasn't going to.
But you said like use protection, so you allowed him to have sex with you without protection? Or?
Hey,
It just kind of happened really fast. It's one of those things where it was like,
Wait, what do you mean?
no, not it just happened really fast in the shoulder shrug. Not it happened really fast in the shoulder shrug, man. I'm crying laughing. She said, without warning, it was a nice quiet day. You couldn't hear anything. The sun was up. There's no cars driving around on the street. It was peaceful. And then Fresh just said, and then Daisy drove past like, he not on you. He not on you.
like the act of having sex happened so fast. Like,
Well, so just give us a bit of context
Hey,
here.
he's the
So
Flash.
Hold on, let me look at my
Hey,
notes.
his new nickname about to be Flash Prince CEO. It just happened like just like that quick. Like as soon as she laid, as soon as she laid down on the bed, Fresh already pulling his pants up and shit. She like, what the hell happened? He like, it was great, babe. Oh my god, that's hilarious, man. Hey, shout out to my man Biggest Smack. Make sure y'all show some love to Biggest Smack. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Biggest Smack.
Silence! Silence! I ain't got no money, pa.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Man, I'm dead. Biggest Smack said, why she let him hit it raw then if there was no condom? Yeah, exactly. Well, maybe, you know what? Actually, I don't know what was going on. We'd have to do a little bit further investigation of Noel's situation. But I mean, what it sounds like to me is that Noel just got taken by surprise. Like, you know what I'm saying? She was just standing somewhere waiting. And then it was just like that situation on Scary Movie just happened to her. And she was completely unsuspecting. And she got pasted to a wall unknowingly. You know what I'm saying? And then Fresh just walked out. I guess. According to her testimony, that's the only possible thing that I could happen. That I could think happened. You know what I'm saying?
Notes here. You, in terms of meeting him, so you had been following their podcast for a while.
for a while. And I was following Myron. And then one day I saw a reel, followed Fresh from it. And then like an hour later, he hit me up and he said, come to Miami. And I thought it was about the podcast because I was already scheduled to be on it. And I was like, oh, like, I'm already going to be there in January.
Oh my god, man! I'm trying so hard not to laugh. Fresh just gorilla pimping out here. man, Fresh just gorilla pimping. Hey, bitch, come to Miami. You know what I'm saying? And then as soon as she got off the plane, she got Scary Movie. Oh man, she got off that plane and got Scary Movie. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Okay.
And he was like, oh, okay. He's like, that's great. He was like, when you come out here, he's like, I want to take you out. I want to get to know you. So I was like, cool. And then he had me end up coming out in December. It just worked out a little more conveniently because she wasn't going to be there. I didn't know that. So
because she wasn't.
So again, this is what I'm saying about what's crazy with this situation. Daisy is sitting next to Noel, right? And Noel was messing with Fresh while Fresh was with Daisy. Now, I don't think that at the time Daisy was aware. She might have been aware, but maybe she wasn't. I don't think that she was aware of Noel. But Noel was aware of Daisy. Now, this is what I'm saying. These chicks getting down like this, bro, they don't have any self-respect. None. Fresh don't have no self-respect neither. But these, man, listen, bro. They don't have an ounce of self-respect at all. You know what I'm saying?
There's crossover.
Yeah, there was
so
a
he
crossover.
first saw you, and then
So-
he started seeing Daisy.
No,
so
he met me first. in
yeah.
Oh, met
November.
you first. Okay,
They
so
met in November. Me and him started messaging end of November.
how long have you been following the podcast?
Fresh and Fit podcast, probably like a year and a half.
Have you seen full episodes?
Not full
You'd
episodes,
see
but like
clips.
clips.
Did you ever watch periods of an episode? You know, you'd tune in for 30 minutes
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
Okay. And so you, he DM'd you. You guys had a couple of conversations, text messages, phone calls. He offers to fly you out.
Yeah.
and then he picks you up at the airport, and then drives back to his place.
Yeah.
And then you guys pretty much immediately go at it. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was.
So from like stepping through the door, to does he throw it down quick?
I mean, I would say cool 10, 15 minutes into getting into his apartment.
No, like
damn, like 10 to 15 minutes into the apartment, she was already on her back. 10 to 15 minutes into the apartment, like he had just walked. They didn't even put up the suitcases. You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't even get the luggage put up. Just upon entry, you know what I'm saying? Like it's on and popping. And you got people out here defending these women, man. These two in particular. You can you can't like make it make sense. Like make this make sense. Like, sheesh.
What's it called? What's the term? Foreplay? No, not foreplay. Was there like any, the weather is
Wait, so you wanted to just
small talk? Was there any small talk? Or
Not
just
really.
step through the door, he puts on some Barry White, goes at it.
I mean,
Kicked in the door, waved in the 4-4. All you heard was "Don't blast me no more." That's what happened. This goes out to those that choose to use disrespectful views on the Fresh and the Fit.
pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you wanted to just fuck, or
No.
Well, so you step through the door. So how much time elapsed from stepping foot into his place to hooking up?
Probably like 10 to 15 minutes.
10 to 15
Yeah.
Man,
minutes.
that's
Okay.
wild.
And
That's wild. Like, and here goes my thing, right? Literally nobody has a problem with that. We're just gonna ignore that. We're just gonna ignore that. And we're gonna ignore that because we don't like Fresh Prince CEO. Let me ask you guys this question. Should that be looked at? Should there be attention paid to that? If you guys think that should be looked at and there should be attention paid to that, please give me a thumbs up in the chat. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. Again, what kind of women are Fresh and Fit dealing with? Exactly. Shout out to Biggest Smack. How is she a victim? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is there anybody who is watching this right now who can help us try to figure out how this woman is a victim? Somebody let me know.
Okay, but I mean, so I assume you were enthusiastic about that.
Well, yeah, I was attracted to him. He's
Okay.
charming. We'd FaceTimed before. And, I'm human. So,
What do you mean you're human?
like, heat of the moment, if two people are turned on, what do you expect? Like, that's going to happen.
No, I don't. I expect self-control. Yeah, and see, and she just basically substantiated what Mo Fax said. Facts, bro. Mo Fax says, "Sad thing, Rob. This is normal now." Facts. Super facts. If you guys agree with Mo, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with Mo, give me a thumbs down. Yeah. Sad thing is, bro, this is normal now. You know what I'm saying?
And did you hook up more than once with him?
Twice.
There? Twice.
Okay.
What do you mean twice? Like,
Yeah, 2 separate times. Like one night.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Eskimo sisters over here.
Oh, look at this. So Daisy didn't even know that they had hooked up more than once. Daisy under the impression that like it only was a one-time thing, and like, this is just wild. What did I tell y'all about how wild and messy this is, man? This is wild and this is messy. And what's even crazier about it is that Daisy don't care how bad this makes her look. She don't care. She don't care. Like, that's just crazy, man. This is wildly out of pocket. Yeah. And again, this is what this is the question that I was asking at the beginning. You got to question any woman that Fresh is with. You got to question her. I said this way back after Miranda. Like, yo, look at the type of chicks that he deal with. You know what I'm saying?
Eskimo sisters
I called
over
it
here.
out. Eskimo sister.
And both times that you hooked up with him, he didn't use a condom.
Yeah, both times.
What prevented you?
This guy
from-
likes rolling the dice. Holy shit. Fucking Walter rolling the dice here. All right.
Is that how you guys met?
Through Instagram.
Yeah.
Or that's how me and Daisy met.
She
But-
liked my photo, and I saw her bedroom. She has photo in his bedroom.
Oh, damn.
Damn. So you saw, but you were very familiar with their podcast. You'd seen clips. I mean, were you familiar with look, there's a lot of content, both in my podcast, their podcast. Were you aware of the fact that, these guys are a bit, they're playboys, they date a lot of women.
I knew they got women, but
Yeah.
like I at that point I hadn't even seen the Hail Mary video. So it was like
Me neither.
yeah.
Did you guys think?
Wait,
it'd be
what's the
different
Hail
for
Mary
you
video?
guys?
You can go to my. I'll
Hail-
send you. I'll send you.
What, really quickly, what's it about? Hail Mary video?
He admitted that he made other girl pregnant. And
His wife?
No, the
Another
other
girl?
girl. Yeah. And then
Well, I'm not surprised if
that-
he's, sleeping with women.
Then he lied
blasting
to the
us
girl
out.
that we're gonna have
It
kids
happens.
later. Then took her to the McDonald's, sat her down, never talked to her again. Like told her to get an abortion, never talked to her again.
Okay.
But what do those instances actually have to do with the two of you? Like,
That just
if
shows.
Walter had impregnated half of the United States, I don't actually understand how that's pertinent to your particular situation.
It does.
with him.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If your wife or your ex-girlfriend, any woman that you were in a relationship with, if she was pregnant with every guy she dated, does that make you considering still dating her? Like, you would
No,
absolutely
no, I wouldn't still date her. No.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel.
Yeah, but nobody's really questioning whether or not you broke up with the guy based on the fact that he's out humping a bunch of other women. Nobody's questioning. That's not what's in question
What do
here.
you question about then?
Yeah, so I'll tell you what the question is. So when you're talking about inside of your religious faith of Buddhism takes a neutral stance on abortion, as you know. But you clearly told Fresh inside that phone call that it's against your religion to terminate this pregnancy. Does that make it murder that you terminated the pregnancy?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
So here's the question. How does it go from it would be murder if Fresh was pressuring her to do the abortion to when she makes the conscious choice on her own, then it's not murder. How does that work? Shout out to my man AB. Make sure y'all show AB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for my man AB. Standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around. I'm rich, bitch.
AB Promotion says, real talk, being charming will get a man a lot of women. Bro, that's facts. That's big facts. You know what I'm saying? Big facts. Shout out to Biggest Smack. Make sure y'all show Biggest Smack some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Biggest Smack.
Silence. Silence. I ain't got no money, pa.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Biggest Smack said, Flash Simp CEO be blasting. Bro, that's hilarious. Oh, man, that is hilarious. Bro, and that's what I've been saying. Shout out to my man, Black Bitcoin Key. Daisy is so dumb, real dumb, trying to sound smart. Bro, facts. You know what I'm saying?
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Man, that's so funny, man. That's so damn funny.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Oh, man, that is hilarious.
If he's not a murderer and you're not a murderer, I don't actually hang on. I don't actually understand what the problem is. As what could he have coerced you to do? He didn't coerce you to murder because you're not a murderer and he's not a murderer by your own logic, right?
Well, there is some behavior that she done that made me decide to have this abortion.
What was
that? But even if all of the behavior, even if he did coerce you, let's just say hypothetically he did coerce you to have an abortion. coercion, hang on, I'm almost done.
Yeah.
Even if he did hypothetically coerce.
So now again, right, this is where we get into the technical part of this. We've already gone over the definition of coercion in the beginning of the stream. And so before we, go any further into this, my question for you guys is, from everything that we know about this thus far, has coercion been an element in this situation? If it has, give me a thumbs up. If it hasn't, then give me a thumbs down.
Or you'd have an abortion. If it isn't murder, then isn't that like coercing you to pick up a rake in the yard? I mean, what is the actual problem?
The actual problem is I lost the baby that I was
But
supposed,
you don't
I
consider
supposed
it a
to have.
person,
I supposed to
right?
have it.
No, you did not lose the baby. So when you lose the baby, that's if you have a miscarriage, right? She didn't lose the baby. We know exactly where the baby is and why the baby is where it is. So again, this is what I'm saying. And what's really bad about this situation is that many of the people who were dealing with her prior to this allowed her to get away with saying a lot of nonsense like this because they have an issue with Fresh Prince CEO. Let's get this out here on the books. Did she quote unquote lose the baby? If she lost the baby, give me a thumbs up. If she did not lose the baby, then give me a thumbs down.
With Walter, and he doesn't want it.
Yeah, but why would that be a problem if it's not a person? If you don't believe that it's murder to terminate the pregnancy, you don't believe he's a murderer, you don't believe you're a murderer, then what's the actual problem? It's just like picking a rake up in the yard, right?
I think you're just playing the language game. I've seen your show before. There's no way I can beat you. I'm just not going to argue with this. I think women in here, they won't understand me.
Well, I'll ask some more questions.
I don't want to argue with you because I know I can't.
Well, I'm not trying to argue. I'm really just genuinely curious.
You're just like into this details and so sophisticated, trying to catch me something or twist my word. But people understand me.
I'm really not. I'm just trying to understand.
You're a very smart guy. I'm not trying to
So now I want you guys to pay very close attention, right? Because she knows that Andrew Wilson is going to be all over everything. You know what I'm saying? To try to find the inconsistency, right? So she's sitting there saying, "I'm not even going to deal with you." Because I know what you're trying to do. Why'd you even come on the show then? Now, what I find interesting about this is that she's watched Andrew Wilson. She said that she don't really watch YouTube and stuff like that. Andrew Wilson is not really a big YouTuber. So, like, where did you see him at? On the Fresh and Fit podcast once or twice, or on whatever podcast? Like, where did you see him at? I know she wasn't just sitting there watching episodes of debates on the Crucible. Or maybe she was. So if she is actually just sitting there watching episodes of debates on the Crucible, then maybe she's lying about what she actually does as far as watching YouTube. But like I said, Andrew Wilson ain't no big giant YouTuber. He's not even as big as Destiny. He's not even in 100,000 range of subs. So you know about him? Okay. Let me ask you guys this question. How many of y'all know about Andrew Wilson and the Crucible YouTube channel? If you guys know about Andrew Wilson or the Crucible YouTube channel, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, then give me a thumbs down. So what I find fascinating is that there's a lot of YouTubers that are smaller, right? Now, she found Just Tree, right? Just Tree is smaller than Andrew Wilson as far as YouTube channel. Now, the interesting thing about she quote unquote knows about Andrew Wilson is that Andrew Wilson debated some of the people that she's been dealing with. So where did she find out about him? How do you know about, like, you know about Andrew Wilson, but like you don't know about Fresh and Fit? You know what I'm saying? You didn't know about them. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know about that.
Fan on me. I know that I made mistake by dating this guy. I didn't know that who he is. And also, I brought a baby. Yes, but I believe this is the best choice because I don't want to father.
No,
I don't
I
want
understand
my baby
all
father
that.
like that.
I understand all that.
Yeah.
I'm not even playing a gotcha. I'm just telling you that if you're saying that it's not murder to abort the child, but you're saying he coerced you into aborting it, I still then don't even understand what exactly he coerced you into doing, which was bad, because there's no murder. There's no what's the actual problem? I don't get it.
And this is what I had said. I said this from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? But again, it's subscriber supremacy. So it's going to be, you know, Andrew Wilson had this wonderful exposure of Daisy when literally I said this first. We started out with it was bad that Fresh wanted Daisy to abort the baby. Ultimately, the end decision that was made by Daisy, solely by Daisy, is to abort the baby. So at the end, we're where we're at the beginning. So now how is it that the implications of this decision have changed? And this is how it goes back to. So at first, when Fresh was telling her to get an abortion, it was quote unquote murder. But now it's something else that Daisy has made the decision. How do we have this rolling standard? How do we have this changing requirement? How does that work? Exactly. Right. And that's the point that I was making. That's the point that I was making, Biggest Smack. She knows Andrew, but not Fresh. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Abortion.
Yeah, but the abortion, you consider it not to be a murder.
If it's a murder, it's not me. I'm not the murderer. It's Walter.
Well, how could he be a murderer?
How? Again, I want people to understand there's a whole brigade of men who do not want they have a vested interest in making sure that other men do not know that women like this exist out there. How dangerous is that? How dangerous is that? Somebody like again, like this is just wild.
The fact that he's out humping a bunch of other women, nobody's questioning. That's not what's in question
What do
here.
you question about then?
Yeah, so I'll tell you what the question is. So when you're talking about inside of your religious faith of Buddhism, Buddhism takes a neutral stance on abortion, as you know, but you clearly told Fresh inside of that phone call that it's against your religion to terminate this pregnancy. Does that make it murder that you terminated the pregnancy?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. So if he's not a murderer and you're not a murderer, I don't actually hang on. I don't actually understand what the problem is. As what could he have coerced you to do? He didn't coerce you to murder because you're not a murderer and he's not a murderer by your own logic, right?
Well, there is some behavior that she done that made me decide to have this abortion.
What was
that?
that?
But even if all of the behavior, even if he did coerce you, let's just say hypothetically he did coerce you to have an abortion. Hang on, I'm almost done.
Yeah.
Even if he did hypothetically coerce you to have an abortion, if it isn't murder, then isn't that like coercing you to pick up a rake in the yard? I mean, what is the actual problem?
I agree 110%. I agree 110%. How many of you guys agree with Mo Facts? Feminism is led by men. If you guys agree with Mo Facts, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I've always said that. Everybody making these response videos to these women and women just saying wild and outlandish stuff, responding to any of that is just a deflection and it's not going to get you anywhere. The real muscle behind feminism is men. In most cases, white men.
The actual problem is I lost a baby that I was
but
supposed,
you don't
I
consider
supposed
it a
to have.
person,
I supposed
right?
to have it with Walter, and he doesn't want it.
Yeah,
I
but
lost
why
the
would that be a
baby.
problem if it's not a person? If you don't believe that it's murder to terminate the pregnancy, you don't believe he's a murderer, you don't believe you're a murderer, then what's the actual problem? It's just like picking a rake up in the yard, right?
I think you're just playing the language game. I've seen your show before. There's no way I can beat you. I'm just not going to argue with this. I think women in here, they won't understand me.
Well, I'll ask some more questions.
I don't want to argue with you because I know I can't.
Well, like I wouldn't even say that the women in the room understand her because, like, you know, the women were asking a lot of questions. You know what I'm saying? The women were questioning a lot of things, so I wouldn't just automatically assume that it's the women that quote unquote understand you.
Well, I'm not trying to argue. I'm really just genuinely curious.
You're just like into this details and so sophisticated, trying to catch me something or twist my word, but
No, he's
people
not doing
understand
that.
me.
No,
No,
I'm really
saying
not.
so.
I'm just
You're
trying
a
to
very smart
understand.
guy. I'm not trying to here to to defend on me. I know that I made mistake by dating this guy. I didn't know that who he is, and also I brought a baby. Yes, but I believe this is the best choice because I don't want a father.
No,
I don't
I
want my baby
understand all
father
that.
like that.
I understand all that.
Yeah.
I'm not even playing a gotcha. I'm just telling you that if you're saying that it's not murder to abort the child, but you're saying he coerced you into aborting it, I still then don't even understand what exactly he coerced you into doing, which was bad, because there's no murder. There's no
Let me ask y'all this question, man. Do y'all think that Daisy really needs to not go on any shows anymore? Like if she, I don't know what it is that she thinks she's gonna be able to do, right? Like I don't know what she thinks that she's gonna be able to do. I don't know why she thinks that she's going to be able to have some type of legal action against Fresh. But in her best interest, if she thinks that she is going to, it would be my advice for her, stay away from the podcast. Get off the podcast. Stop coming on to these shows. Because all you're doing is making yourself just look like everything that everybody says about Modern Woman. And it's not going to go well for you in court unless you get somebody who is a judge that's a modern woman. You know what I'm saying? Unless Fannie Willis is the judge presiding over the case, you're out of luck, which could be possible. And you know what I'm saying? Depending on where she goes to court. But unless you get somebody like that, unless you get like a Fannie Willis, or unless you get somebody like that judge that was up in Chicago that said that the illegal migrant could have a handgun simply because she's a woman and she going to show everybody her power. You know what I'm saying? Unless you get somebody like that, you're done. You're done. And even if you do get somebody like that, more than likely what's going to end up happening is if that gets appealed, it's going to get thrown out when an actual judge presides over the case. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
What's the actual problem? I don't get it.
Coercion.
Yeah, but the abortion, you consider it not to be a murder.
If it's a murder, it's not me. I'm not a murderer. It's Walter.
Well, how could he be a murderer
Because
if you don't consider it murder to abort?
Because he harassed me, internet harassed me, and he caused me emotional damage and all that.
Yeah, no, I get that, but how could it actually be murder if you don't consider it to be murder if you abort?
I didn't say I don't consider it's a murder. I said
okay, so you do consider it murder, so you're a murderer? Or...
I'm not saying. I said it's a coercion.
A coercion to do what, though? It's not a coercion to do anything bad if it's not a murder.
I don't understand. What are you talking about?
Well, if you terminate a pregnancy, it's not murder, right?
Yeah, it's not.
It's not. So then even if he coerced you to terminate the pregnancy, what is the actual problem? Because you didn't do, it's like picking up a rake in the yard, right?
Right. And this is the question that we got to ask. Where's her lawyer, and why is her lawyer allowing her to do again? Let me ask you guys this question. Is this making her case look better or worse? Why is her lawyer allowing her to just be out here like that if she actually has a lawyer? The same way that people are doubting if she, was pregnant or not, the same way that people are doubting if she has a baby or not. I'm questioning whether she actually has a lawyer or not. Because I don't think that her lawyer would let her just be out here all over the place on all these podcasts, making herself look bad, destroying any potential monetary damage or punitive damages that they could get. You know what I'm saying? She might actually have a lawyer. But what else has been proven is that Daisy does what Daisy wants. Because can't nobody tell Daisy what to do. That's actually something that's been proven. Would you guys agree? For the most part, it's been proven that Daisy does what Daisy wants to do, regardless of whose advice it's against. So, what's to say that she's actually following the advice of her legal team, if she even has one? She probably isn't,
It's like putting dishes away. It's if it's not murder,
for you, yes, it's
then what
putting
did
dishes away.
urge you to do that was actually bad. I don't get it.
For you, it's putting a dish away because you're not in my position. You wouldn't understand how I feel when I actually carried a baby. It was a baby, a dog in my belly, and I had to end it.
Yeah, but it's not murder, right?
It's not
So why
murder,
does it
but
bother-
it's,
so why
it's
does it
also
bother you
not
then?
something we should encourage people to do.
Yeah, why not though? It's not a problem. It's not murder.
It's just something she didn't want to do, and that's.
But if here goes my thing, if she didn't want to do it, what forced her to do it? Where was the threat of physical harm or any type of harm if she didn't do it? Where was the material threat? Where was the actual threat? What risk was she under if she did not carry through with this? Is the question. And the thing is that nobody's getting to that.
Andrew, if you don't mind, I'll come.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No problem.
I'll
So
fi-
are
I'll
you
finish up.
encouraging people to have abortion? Is that what you're saying?
Go ahead, Andrew.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't because I consider it murder, but you don't consider it murder. So if you don't consider it murder,
Private chat.
why would it be a problem if people went and had abortion? I don't understand. That makes no sense.
You don't understand the consequence for women to get an abortion, the health damage, and all the other stuff emotionally. So you just don't understand because you're
Well,
not
I
a
mean,
woman. You're not a woman.
But that's why I was perhaps hoping that you could explain it to me. That if you don't from your
I just did. I just did explain to you. I think people understand what I meant.
so that he coerced you to damage your health.
Yes.
Okay, by asking you to have
It's
this
like
abortion.
he knows it's a he gave me a food that's poison that he knows it's gonna like make me sick, and he still gave it to me.
He gave you what?
I'm just trying to make an example.
Oh, okay, an analogy. I see.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
the thing is that if Walter doesn't consider an abortion murder, and you don't consider an abortion murder, I don't even really understand what the problem is here. A consequence of sex is pregnancy, and if neither of you consider abortion murder, he doesn't and you don't, then I don't actually understand what you're upset about, to be honest with you.
I think like her issue is like she wanted somebody to go through it with her. And I don't know why somebody 4 months is really short, but that's I'm not judging her for that.
But does that make any sense to you? If I ask you, for instance, if you got pregnant and neither one of you consider it to be a murder or in any way, shape, or form immoral to do an abortion,
I do consider it's a murder.
well, then that would make you a murderer, ma'am.
No, I didn't make the decision because I wanted to. It's because
Well, you said he forced you.
You guys see what's going on here? Let me ask you guys this question. What's going on here? What is actually going on here? I think that every man should watch this. And she's saying that she's being forced. Now, here goes my question. What was she forced to do? What's she forced to do, y'all?
Did he go with you and do it, or
no? He didn't.
So if you don't consider yourself a murderer, then you can't consider having an abortion murder.
So you're saying that's okay? It's okay for he to do that?
Well, not from my worldview. I think it's
Is that
awful,
okay?
but-
Is that okay
but
to get
from your
impregnate a
worldview,
woman
you
and
said
ask
it
her to
is.
get abortion, like taking a pregnancy, like taking a Plan B pill? Is that okay?
From my worldview, no. But from your worldview, you just said it's fine. You just said from your perspective,
No,
from the Buddhist
I didn't say
perspective.
that's okay. I said it's not okay. That's why I'm upset.
So is it murder?
See, you keep playing this question. You keep playing this.
Well, I mean, because I don't understand.
Here's the thing, like I said, when it comes to this, right? They're not letting her play around. They're not letting her dance around. They're holding her strictly to a point to answer a question. See, everybody else that just wanted to weaponize her and use her because they don't like Fresh Prince CEO, they allowed her free reign to just say whatever the hell she wanted to say. Now, my question is, why is the Whatever podcast capable of doing that, but the other people that were dealing with her, Abba and Preach and all them, they just weren't. If they had held her to a standard of questioning, they would have seen that she's not very honest, because an honest person is going to react and answer the questions the same under any standard of questioning. Now, I've seen reactions to this, and they've said, oh, they were being mean to her. They were being mean to Daisy. I didn't see anybody being mean to her. I just saw people holding her to answering questions. That's it. That's it. But holding somebody to answering questions, that's what mean is when it comes to how you deal with a woman in 2024. Shout out to New York State of Mind. What's good with it, bro?
It's not, if you didn't take a human life, then why is it actually a problem?
That is a human life. I
Shout out
was
to Win Loser
Then
Rub.
that would
What's
be a
good with you,
murder,
bro?
wouldn't it?
I didn't say
And
it's
if
not
it is a
murder.
murder, then that would make you a murderer, wouldn't it?
Not me. I didn't because I didn't want to.
Is
Well,
fresh?
did he swallow the pill for you, or
She is the one that went and got the abortion. And she's sitting up here. Look at how she's disqualifying herself. Yeah, and I gotta agree. I agree 110%. Shout out to Conan Yagami. Conan says, what Abba Preach did was pure pettiness. They didn't care about facts. And now here goes my thing. If they cared more about facts, do you think that all of the subsequent fallout from Daisy going around all over the place would have happened if Abba and Preach had busted her out in the beginning? If Abba and Preach had sent a straight line of questioning to her and she crashed out because she didn't want to answer the questions, and they posted the interview and said, this woman is kind of toxic. She didn't even want to answer the questions that we were asking. I don't really know how far anybody's going to get. Had they been honest about Daisy from the beginning, do you think that all of the subsequent fallout would have happened? Or do you think that it would have happened anyway? That's my question. Let me know what you guys think. Yeah, facts. That's a good t-shirt. Accountability is mean. Facts. So, I mean, the thing is that, you know, when you have a platform that's as big as like 2.1 million subscribers and you're playing around with information like that, and the way that you play around with information causes subsequent fallout for other content creators, I mean, I think that that's something that people should look at. But again, because of popularity contest and subscriber supremacy, nobody's gonna say anything about it. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, so are you saying that Fresh is the murderer?
Yes.
Because he wanted to do it.
Because he wanted to do it. You guys heard the voice message. He pushed me to do it. He
Okay.
never showed up.
Did you just not want to be a single mother?
Andrew, I'll
and you
ask
just
a
wanna
couple
have the baby?
questions.
I didn't want to be a single mother. I didn't want my baby daddy to be like someone like that.
But no matter what, you still had the decision to either take the pill or not take the pill, right?
Yeah.
So it just seems like you're putting all of the accountability on him. I think that's what we were trying to
Oh,
say.
I didn't. Well, definitely not. That's not what I meant.
Let's get back to the video, though. So you did have this video called "We Are the Victims." Nick, if you can just pull it up real quick. We Are the Victims. There it is. That's a nice penthouse apartment, by the way. Is that
Airbnb?
Airbnb?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And you guys, it's
How should I, again? Let me. So that's an Airbnb. I just, you know, not pocket watching or anything like that, but like how she got all this money to be all over the place, and they in the mountains. As you guys can see, there's mountains in the background. Where they at over here in California or something? I'm trying to get a spot like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Look, man. If I have a spot like that, I'm gonna turn the camera on. We're gonna be having dope shows, live shows. You know what I'm saying? It'll only be like 30 people watching, but it'll be lit. We'll be having a good time. You know what I'm saying?
It's a fairly long one. I actually watched it, and I have a couple notes here with timestamps. If needed, I'll pull up the actual point of time corresponding to some of my questions I had. So starting with Daisy, you said that 13 minutes in, when it comes to abortion and pregnancy, you consider it as you actually have a life in your belly. Okay. At 18:30 in that video, you said one of the reasons you got the abortion, or perhaps women can get abortions, is you feel it carrying a baby, you feel pain, bleeding.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you said that perhaps one of the reasons women will get abortions is for health issues. Like they might get it for health issues. Was that one of the reasons that you decided, or that wasn't related?
Decide what? Not to keep the baby?
Yeah, you said some women might choose to get an abortion because they face potential health issues if they continued with the pregnancy.
I was very depressed. That was not the only reason. It's just everything put together.
Listen, man, this is gonna sound horrible. This is gonna sound terrible. But I believe that this is true. Daisy is one of those women that actually, like, she needs a man. because if she don't have a man, she's gonna fall face first in life every step that she takes, because she ain't got enough sense in her head to actually walk a straight line. But the problem is, because the world has created these modern women to just do whatever they want to, think that there's no consequence, and just be how they are, she's never going to be able to keep a man, and no man is ever going to have enough influence on her to be able to keep her out of stupid situations that she's going to get herself into. Whether it's a friend, whether it's a simp, whether it's a boyfriend, she is completely out of control and has absolutely no sense whatsoever, and she's going to crash out. She gonna crash out. Shout out to Leaf Senpai. Leaf Senpai says, after the racist stream from Fresh and Fit last year, I wouldn't care about facts anymore when it comes to them. Well, facts are important. You shouldn't just take facts out because of the way that you feel about certain things. Because when it comes to how racist people look at us, they take facts out. You know what I'm saying? And as far as the racist stream goes, that stream was only racist because Abba and Preach decided to call it racist. We've been saying that Fresh and Fit have been racist for years. Nobody cared about that until Abba and Preach got attacked with that type of with that type of rhetoric. And then because they wanted to say something about it, then it became racist. You know what I'm saying? So as far as I'm concerned, this is just what I do. As far as doing my content, I'm not out to save nobody. I'm not out to save Abba and Preach. I'm not out to save Daisy. I'm not out to save Fresh and Fit. I'm not out to save none of these people. You know what I'm saying? What I'm out to do is look at this and break it down. I'm not one of those people that sit there and be like, oh, well, this happened, so it just don't matter. Like, nah, I'm a consistent person. You know what I'm saying? And even if it's somebody that I don't like, if we're going to assess the situation and look at the facts involving the situation, not be somebody that's emotional that, oh, I don't like that person, so XYZ happened. It is what it is. It's more to the world than what you don't like versus what you do like. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. That's just me. Again, that's why I'm different. You know what I'm saying? That's why people don't really, that's why. And again, yeah, facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. And that's why we here. Because a whole bunch of larger, more irresponsible content creators that people have created, that people have given those platforms to because of their engagement to their content, those people also said F integrity. So again, that comment actually coincides with the size of these larger content creators who are now dealing with the Daisy poison. You know what I'm saying? We don't like Fresh and Fit. We just gonna let Daisy act a fool. I bet you like some of the content creators that Daisy messed up their integrity. I bet you like some of them. Had there been integrity at the beginning and Daisy had got called out, you know what I'm saying? Maybe we wouldn't be right here today. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. But you didn't have any health issues though.
I was mentally.
Okay.
I mentally caused physically.
All right.
No.
Now at 29:30, Nick, could you actually skip to 29:30? And we'll actually play from 29:30. Yeah, go ahead.
Now I want y'all to pay close attention, right? Like people be saying that I be having marathon streams. Whatever podcast be having streams that are like 7 hours long. 7 hours long. And people watch them streams all the way through to the end. They comment. Literally don't nobody ever be on their comments or in their comments like this stream too doggone long. They got 4 million subs. It's 4 million people willing to watch their 7-hour streams. I'm just saying the difference between what we be having to deal with versus what other people be having to deal with. And was all throughout their 7-hour stream, the whole time, super chats going crazy. Nobody telling them to turn their stream off. You know what I'm saying? It just be two different worlds. And the thing that's interesting to me is that people don't really want to be honest about what be going on in the two different worlds. You know what I'm saying? Why y'all think that is?
Let me know when you have it, okay? Shit, hold on. One of my chats. Let me actually read this chat really quick. Throwing a wrench into the mix. Happy Mother's Day. Have your parents told you about how they met? If so, how? Which parent was more? I'll have to come back to this. Oh wait, did it not trigger? Wait. Oh shit. Fuck. That's weird. I don't know why it's not triggering. One sec. Oh, I did pause it. Okay. All the TTSs are shit. They're just a reminder, guys. TTSs and chats. We're just going to pause it just to kind of get through some of this stuff, and then we'll all open it back up in a little bit. Okay. So Nick, have it. Go ahead.
Like, we're here to take you down.
You can pause it. What do you mean by you're here to take him down? Like, is that your goal? You want to take Walter down?
Yes.
Why?
Because you hurt me.
Okay.
So now, what she just said right there. What she just said right there. How is that going to help her case if she's going to court? I mean, you don't think that the defense attorney is going to pull this up and say, well, this is a clear motive, and this could actually supersede any damages that you're trying to show. Yeah, I got to agree. Facts. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Smaller channels get a lot of hate. And shout out to Andre. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, facts. Smaller channels get a lot of hate. A lot of hate, bro. And larger channels work to keep smaller channels small. You know what I'm saying? Larger channels work to keep smaller channels small. That's a bad picture of Daisy right there. That's a bad freeze frame of Daisy. Her neck looking real thick.
Let's get back to the video, though. So you did have this video called "We Are the Victims." Nick, if you can just pull it up real quick. We Are the Victims. There it is. That's a nice penthouse apartment, by the way. Is that
Airbnb?
Airbnb?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. And you guys, it's a fairly long one. I actually watched it, and I have a couple notes here with timestamps. If needed, I'll pull up the actual point of time corresponding to some of my questions I had. So starting with Daisy, you said that 13 minutes in, when it comes to abortion and pregnancy, you consider it as you actually have a life in your belly. Okay. At 18:30 in that video, you said one of the reasons you got the abortion, or perhaps women can get abortions, is you feel it carrying a baby, you feel pain, bleeding.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you said that perhaps one of the reasons women will get abortions is for health issues. Like they might get it for health issues. Was that one of the reasons that you decided, or that wasn't related?
Decide what? Not to keep the baby?
Yeah, you said some women might choose to get an abortion because they face potential health issues if they continued with the pregnancy.
I was very depressed. That was not the only reason. It's just everything put together.
Okay. But you didn't have any health issues, though?
I was mentally.
Okay.
I mentally caused physically.
All right.
So.
Now at 29:30, Nick, could you actually skip to 29:30? And we'll actually play from 29:30. Yeah, go ahead. Let me know when you have it, okay? Shit, hold on. One of my chats. Let me actually read this chat really quick. Throwing a wrench into the mix. Happy Mother's Day. Have your parents told you about how they met? If so, how? Which parent was more? I'll have to come back to this. Oh wait, did it not trigger? Wait. Oh shit. Fuck. That's weird. I don't know.
No, here's my thing. I disagree. I think that other people are trying to build her platform. And when I say the mind says Rob, I believe she is trying to build her platform for being a saboteur and a victim. What do you think? I think that other people are trying to build her platform off of their dislike for Fresh and Fit, and they're willing to lie and omit things just to do that, which to me is one of the reasons why coming straight down the middle is so important, because then what you can show how people are similar to the people that they try to expose. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Lloyd Scott 9. Make sure y'all show Lloyd Scott 9 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Lloyd Scott 9.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, God.
Lois got 9 says larger channels steal from smaller and more creative channels. Agreed 100%. It's really screwed up, and they will say you're stealing from the bigger one. Bro, facts. Super facts. Super facts. Subscriber supremacy, bro. It don't even matter if you and this is one of the reasons why, like, you won't never see me be going back and forth with people on YouTube or having no, you know what I'm saying, like type of beef with anybody, especially somebody that got more subscribers than me, because it don't make any sense. It don't make any sense. You could knock somebody out in the middle of the ring, and it don't matter if the subscribers or the people in the comment sections are the referee. You could literally knock somebody out in the middle of the ring and step over them, and they'll still say that other person that they like won because that's just how the people are. So what's the point in wasting your energy? You know what I'm saying? What's the point? You know what I mean? That's facts.
Why it's not triggering? One sec. Oh, I did pause it. Okay. All the TTSs are shit. They're just a reminder, guys. TTSs in chats. We're just going to pause it just to kind of get through some of this stuff, and then we'll all open it back up in a little bit. Okay. So Nick, have it. Go ahead.
Like, we're here to take you down.
You can pause it. What do you mean by you're here to take him down? Like, is that your goal? You want to take Walter down?
Yes.
Why?
Because you heard me.
Okay, maybe that, like, let's just say that, you know, take your word for it, and that he did hurt you. I don't doubt you there. Do you think it's like, do you see yourself just moving on from this?
That super chat is hilarious. Hey, they called her Fang Fang in that super chat. Oh man, they wilding over there, man.
What do you mean?
Like, y'all could just drop it, just move on with your lives.
I did. That's why
She said, no, you didn't. Look, if she dropped it, if Daisy dropped it, right? The only thing she dropped was she dropped it like it was hot. She let that ass drop, you know what I'm saying? But that's about it. She didn't drop anything. If she dropped it, she wouldn't be on the whatever podcast. You know what I'm saying? Facts. Shout out to AB Promotion. Make sure y'all show AB Promotion some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for AB.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Oh man.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, biatch.
That's hilarious. AB says it's obvious she just wants attention. Daisy is a whole grift, bro. Facts. Not only does she want attention, I'm telling you, she is dangerous for anybody that's dealing with her in any capacity. She does not listen. She does not take guidance. She does not make good decisions. She is bad news. She is bad news, bro. How many of y'all agree that Daisy is bad news? If y'all agree that she's horrible news, then give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, then give me a thumbs down.
chose in the end to take the bill.
No, I don't mean that. I mean just like this ongoing conflict with them.
Should I move on, you mean?
No, I mean, have you considered that?
Yes, I am moving on with my life, and
but you said you're pursuing a lawsuit against him.
Yes, he still needs.
Shout out to Mage TV. What's good with it, bro?
And to be clear, you're doing a defamation lawsuit, and then also it's a coercion. It's a intentional. I believe it's I don't know what you're specifically going for, but intentional infliction of emotional distress, something like that.
Yeah, and he could have bring me a serious STD.
But he didn't. So what are your damages?
Yeah, damages.
I don't think you can sue somebody for what they could have potentially done to you.
Yeah.
So he didn't give you an STD.
He did.
Oh,
I'm fine.
Okay, so now she's saying, okay, so I want you guys to hear this. Now what she's saying is she's saying that Fresh gave her an STD. Now, I don't know if she's made this claim before. Is anybody aware? Did she make this claim before? I knew that there was STD talk in regards to Fresh, but I didn't know that Daisy was making a claim that Fresh gave her an STD. All right, so this is something new.
consider that.
Shout out to Michael
I am
R. What's
moving
good with you,
on
bro?
with my life, and
But you said you're pursuing a lawsuit against him.
yes, he still need to get what he deserves.
And to be clear, you're doing a defamation lawsuit,
yeah.
and then also it's like a coercion. It's intentional. I believe I don't know what you're specifically going for, but intentional infliction of emotional distress, something like that.
Yeah, and he could have bring me a serious STD.
But he didn't. So what are your damages?
Yeah, damages.
I don't think you can sue somebody for what they could have potentially done to you.
Shout out to my man Michael R for rejoining the membership. Make sure y'all show Michael R some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Michael R standing on business. And y'all should stand on business too, because the membership is only 99 cents.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
And as y'all can see, you know what I'm saying, YouTube be showing mad hate to my channel. Mad hate. So we need as much love as we can get.
Yeah.
So he didn't give you an STD?
He did.
Oh.
Oh, I'm fine right now. He gave me ultra infection.
Oh, what?
A UTI.
UTI.
Oh, well, you can hold on. But
so now here's the thing, right? She's saying that Fresh gave her a STD, and this STD that Fresh gave her is a urinary tract infection. Now, here goes the thing, right? There is some truth to that as far as how that works. Some STDs can cause urinary tract infections, and bad hygiene, you know what I'm saying, bad quote unquote sexual hygiene can contribute to a urinary tract infection. So that could be the case. Also, the UTI does not necessarily have to come from sexual transmission. It could be because of poor hygiene. It could be because of hydration issues. It could be because of electrolyte or chemical imbalances. It could be because if somebody's diabetic, if they got too much glucose in their blood. It's a lot of different things that could cause a quote unquote UTI. So I don't know what evidence that she has to directly pin the UTI to Fresh and Fit, or I'm sorry, to Fresh. I think one of the things that would have to be done to be able to pin it to Fresh is if there was a urine culture that was done, and to isolate the organism and then do a culture of Fresh's urine and isolate the organism and compare. And if both organisms isolated, match, then that would probably be that it was a high likelihood that Fresh transmitted it. But that hasn't been done yet, so we don't know. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Marcus. Marcus says, bro, what did I say? Exposing some of the female's nature, yet she's lying and switching up. Both of them. So the Crucible did expose them chicks like these can pretend to be soft girls or play the act. Yeah, facts. And again, we all of this, again, everybody else is just now getting here. We literally were here within the second live stream on this. We had Daisy, you know what I'm saying? We had her sized up down to a science, and all the other content creators, you know what I'm saying, is, making facetious claims, and anybody that says this and anybody that says that, and you know what I'm saying, like, we're using her own words. You guys have firsthand information. She, you know what I'm saying, you guys had interviews and she came onto your channels and stuff like that, and like still the proper interviews were not done, which is sad. It shows a lot. It shows a lot of intent and motive, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, you know what I'm saying? What's going on here? A lot of these people that collaborated with Daisy, a lot of what Daisy is saying, if none of this stuff that Daisy is saying is true or can be substantiated, Fresh and Fit might actually be able to go around suing people. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying,
But you can get
holding
in your pee too long.
I don't think a UTI isn't necessarily sexual.
Okay, fine. Then.
But so you intend to sue him? You intend to sue him for a UTI?
No, not just this.
Okay. Well, no, I know there's other things, but I'm asking why you are planning to sue him. But
why shouldn't I? Like, they are defaming me and putting slander on me. Why shouldn't I? Like, everybody's calling me.
Who's they? Like them?
His partner, Myron. So,
what's the main thing that they're accusing you of that you find defamatory?
They call me and professional escort.
An escort. Okay.
Yeah.
And you don't have
they
you have
call-
no
Look,
history of
no.
escorting.
Didn't we say
No.
that?
Because they
also-
did release a video.
Look,
which,
didn't we say that? Bro, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Bro, facts. Win Lose a Rug said the content creators who knew she was lying about it have just skipped out of without being held accountable. Yeah. Remember, I literally said, that would happen. I said, people are going to find out about this chick. They're going to find out that people were lying, and it's just not even going to matter. It's just not even going to matter. The world is going to turn, and it's just going to be, it is what it is. And look where we are. The world is just turning, and it is what it is. Nobody cares. You know what I'm saying? Nobody cares. Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. We got 55 people watching, and I believe we got 48 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button, and get us to 90, that would be wonderful.
I already.
That's not you though,
yeah,
correct? Okay.
I addressed that already,
Sure.
which is also why I'm working with my lawyer.
Okay.
And they ruined my reputation, and I lost a lot.
You have damages?
I don't
Okay.
no. I shout out to Miss Nisi. What's good with it, Miss Nisi? I don't think that Fresh and Fit have roasted her. They've said things and they've made accusations. Literally nobody believes Fresh and Fit. Literally nobody believes Fresh and Fit. All of the negative things that I think about Daisy are all based on Daisy's own presentation of herself. If you guys recall, when we reacted to the video that Fresh and Fit did with the fake receipts, I called the search warrant a damn wrinkled up Chinese food restaurant. And I said, we need multiple people to translate that stuff. And I don't necessarily know if those videos are her. If you guys remember, we said all of that, right? So when it came to what Fresh and Fit was talking about, we didn't believe anything. The only thing that I believed from Fresh and Fit was I first noticed when they were on that recorded phone call and Daisy kept saying, "What you gonna do to me now? What you gonna do to me now? What you gonna do to me now?" And I just kept saying, "Yo, why is she trying to Me Too Fresh? Like, Fresh got a lot of bad habits and a lot of bad issues about him, but like I ain't never really heard nobody say Fresh is like violent or like threatening or like that, and like he don't even act like that on the show." You know what I'm saying? Like, is he an asshole? Okay, I can see that. You know what I'm saying? Is he a jerk? I can see that. Is he a womanizer? I can see that. But him being violent and all that, like, nah, man, I don't believe that. Like that, I've been watching them doing reactions to them for a long time, and Fresh is an idiot and an asshole, and he do stupid shit. But I don't see him I don't believe that shit. Ain't nobody came out and said that Fresh was like violent all like that or like threatening all like that. Like, I don't believe that. That right there was my first thing that made me look at her kind of weird. Like, nah, you know what I'm saying? I've been watching these cats and doing reactions to them longer than you've been, you know what I'm saying, dealing with them. And I ain't never, even the people that's detractors of Fresh and Fit, nobody that don't like Fresh and Fit ever said that like they violent. Even when Fresh came out and was like, yeah, we could box it out, he was looking goofy as hell and laughing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see that. You know what I mean? Like, and they nah, bro. Like that right there, I knew what she was on. I knew exactly what she was on. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Leaf Senpai. Leaf Senpai said Tree did the same as Abba and Preach. She did not care about facts at all until she got annoyed with Daisy and then switched up. Exactly. Now Leaf Senpai, I got a photographic memory, right? You was in here giving me a hard time about the stuff that I was saying about Daisy. Remember? You think I forgot? I don't forget anything. But I'm glad you stuck around. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad you stuck around because you're in the right place.
And they also call me a thief, which I am not. I've never stolen from anybody.
You're filing this lawsuit in New York, is that correct?
I think so, yeah. Because my lawyers are in New York.
Did you do any venue shopping? Because New York actually has fairly strong, it's a good state, is my understanding, to be a plaintiff in the defamation case when it comes to being, like, if you're in New York, I think.
What do you mean? You're saying that's difficult to do it?
No, I'm saying that's probably one of the best states if you're a plaintiff in the defamation case.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious why you didn't, given that he lives in Florida, you were in Florida when.
I don't know any lawyer in Florida.
I don't believe she's telling the truth. All you got to do, listen, I'm going to tell you guys something. How many people know how to find a lawyer? Say, for instance, you got a problem wherever you at, and you need to find a lawyer. Who knows a quick way to find a lawyer? Does anybody know? I'm going to tell y'all the quickest way to find a lawyer. Most cities or most states have a bar association. All you got to do is go to the bar association website, and it'll give you a menu of what you need a lawyer for and where you are, and you put that information in, and it'll give you a recommendation for the lawyer. That's it. That's all you got to do. Ain't nothing wrong with it, Senpai. You all good. Shout out to Debo. Debo says, I have to disagree with you. Or, wait, hold on. I have to disagree with you with the video shown photos of her earlier in this podcast, and the pictures match the girl in the video look dead alike. Me personally, in my opinion, I don't think so. Now, I'm not saying that, they may not look alike to you, right? Like that's perfectly cool if you think that they look alike. Me personally, the videos that was presented by Fresh and Fit, they weren't clear enough for me to be able to say with 100% certainty that this is indeed that person. For me, you know what I'm saying? But again, the pictures shouldn't be an issue. If you ask me, guys should be able to look at Daisy and see how Daisy moves, you know what I'm saying, and automatically be like, nah, this ain't it. This ain't it. She ain't good. So to me, we shouldn't even have to be at the point of even trying to look at the pictures, because if Fresh and Fit was actually on their game like they claim to be on the game, then they wouldn't even been dealing with her anyway. It wouldn't have to be we found these pictures of her doing the shady stuff, because we already know that she's shady. You know what I'm saying?
Just seems like venue shopping a little bit. Like you chose the best state to file a defamation
I was in
lawsuit
New York when I dealt with.
Or you haven't filed it yet, correct?
Not yet.
But I forgot why I had stopped it right there. Yeah, okay. So I had actually stopped it right there, because if you ask me, the reason why she's not trying to do any of these legal proceedings in Florida is because we know that in Florida is against abortions. They're not really going to be on her side with any of this stuff in Florida. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Marcus got me dying laughing. Marcus said, why do I get the feeling the CCP set her up to be an infiltrating agent? That's what Andrew Wilson said later on. When Andrew Wilson started crashing out like randomly in the stream, that's what he started saying.
It's
I'll still give it a shot. Yeah.
But 100% you are intending.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll try to get through all this, because I know Andrew's got a bunch of questions. So I'll try to get through this as quick as I can. Okay. You said at 38 minutes that you hid the time that you had your abortion. So there was a period of time while there was this it was going viral on the internet.
Yeah, I didn't hide it.
No, but you said you hid your abortion.
There's difference between secret and lie.
There's difference between secret and lie. Tell us, Daisy, what are these differences between secret and lie? Man, I don't think that any lawyer would touch this. I don't think that there's any lawyer that would touch this case at all. At all. Too much shade. Too much shade. You got to be consistent. You got to be honest. You got to tell the truth. What we got going on here, we got a situation where we just got too much shade going on.
Anybody?
You're filing this lawsuit in New York, is that correct?
I think so, yeah. Because my lawyers are in New York.
Did you do any venue shopping? Because New York actually has fairly strong, it's a good state, is my understanding, to be a plaintiff in a defamation case. When it comes to being, if you're in New York, I think.
What do you mean? You're saying that's difficult to do it?
No, I'm saying.
You know what? That's a good point, John. English is your second language, not ours. Facts. Why does she always act like no one understands her words? So odd. She starts off everything as you don't understand. I don't think that a lot of people that speak English as a second language, I don't think that it's fascinating. They come to the United States, and everybody knows that United States is one of the largest multicultural countries. If we're one of the largest multicultural countries, then like we've been listening to people with accents from different countries forever. So like just because you have an accent doesn't mean that we can't understand you. Like we understand you. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of people who immigrated to the United States. We hear accents all the time, whether you go to the hospital and you're dealing with a doctor, whether you go to the corner store and you're dealing with a cashier, you know what I'm saying? Whether you're trying to go to the hair store and get a do-rag, is foreign people talking to us all the time. We understand through the accents. You know what I'm saying? Now, a lot of times with some foreign people, they might think that they might not be able to convey certain ideas because they might feel like an idea that they have in their language, there's no word to represent it in English. I get that, and that makes sense. But but that's not a problem for Daisy though, because I guarantee you there's not really any type of phrase that translates to "they not and me," you know what I'm saying, in Chinese. So like cut the games, just say what you got to say and keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? Like make it make sense.
Thing that's probably one of the best states if you're a plaintiff in a defamation case.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious why you didn't, given that he lives in Florida, you were in Florida when
I don't know any lawyer in Florida.
it just seems like venue shopping a little bit. Like you chose the best state.
She don't want to deal with here's the thing with the Florida thing that I believe that she does not want to deal with the legal system in Florida as a result of all of this centering around an abortion because of Florida's abortion laws. I think that she understands that a jury or, you know, the law in Florida is not really going to look favorable upon someone who had an abortion. That's what I think. What do you guys think? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Oh yeah, facts. And the Florida law about the recorded conversation, that too, facts. So shout out to Cameron. If you guys agree that her reluctance to want to do this legally in Florida is because of the abortion and because of the issue with the recorded conversations, give me a thumbs up in the chat. If you guys disagree and you guys think that it's something else, then give me a thumbs down.
To file a
I don't know.
defamation
I was in
lawsuit
New York when I deal with.
or you haven't filed it yet, correct?
Not yet.
But
I'll
it's
still give it a shot. Yeah.
But 100% you are intending.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll try to get through all this. So because I know Andrew's got a bunch of questions, so I'll try to get through this as quick as I can. Okay. You said at 38 minutes that you hid the time that you had your abortion. So
that's what I'm saying. Like she's wild, man. Marcus said, I just realized she wearing some Victoria's Secret sleeping clothes, like half pajama, half lingerie, dress shorts. She's wearing some clothes to get busted down right there on the show. Right there. Flip that, you know what I'm saying? Flip that dress up a little bit, like boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like literally like everybody else is wearing clothes. That's wild, man. She's ready to, she's down for business at any time.
A period of time while there's this like kind of, it was going viral on the internet.
Yeah, I didn't hide it.
No, but you said said you hid your abortion.
There's difference between secret and lie. I did not lie. I just didn't tell anybody. I got it down. I didn't tell anybody on public until when I was drinking a glass of wine in Miami, and they called me
that's called lying by omission. That how many people have ever like stop with this nonsense? How many people have ever heard of lying by omission? We about to look at this real quick. We about to look at this real quick, and then we about to go back to this video. Like how This is remarkable. You know what I'm saying? This is remarkable. Look at this. Shout out to John. John said, Rob, you are 100% correct. That is exactly what she is doing because I did it before. Bro, facts. I think that everybody's guilty of doing this before. Nobody's perfect here. This isn't some of the YouTube channels out there where everybody is a saint. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody's done this kind of stuff before. You know what I'm saying? Lie by omission and legal definition. A lie of omission as an intentional failure to tell the truth in a situation requiring disclosure. An example could be a seller's failure to note a known defect on a real estate disclosure form. This is like a whole bunch of people that are worried about you and your mental state getting an abortion, and you haven't told them that you've already gotten it already. Like, it's literally the same thing. It's literally the same thing. Facts. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rub. We don't act sanctimonious over here. Facts. Yeah, so she's lying by omission. I didn't lie. I just didn't tell you everything. That means that you omitted certain facts. And if you omitted certain facts and those facts were pertinent to what we're talking about, and you omitted those facts to stop somebody from being able to have the ability to make a coherent decision, you lied by omission. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That he lives in Florida. You were in Florida when.
I don't know any lawyer in Florida.
It just seems like venue shopping a little bit. Like you chose the best state to file a defamation lawsuit.
I was in New York when I dealt with.
Or you haven't filed it yet, correct?
Not yet.
But
it's still
now watch this. Now watch this. All the subsequent content about Daisy, right? Like, because you know Daisy out here looking real bad. I guarantee you, like, man, that story arc of content from content creators, we're not gonna be hearing too much about anything popping off with Daisy for the most part anymore from other, you know what I'm saying, content creators reacting. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna be hearing too much because she got everybody out here looking bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But 100% you are intending.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll try to get through all this. So, because I know Andrew's got a bunch of questions, so I'll try to get through this as quick as I can. Okay. You said at 38 minutes that you hid the time that you had your abortion. So there was a period of time while there was this like kind of, it was going viral on the internet.
Yeah, I didn't hide it.
No, but you said you hid your abortion.
There's difference between secret and lie. I did not lie. I just didn't tell anybody. I got it.
So you lied by omission. You had everybody under the impression that you had or were making a decision about an abortion, and people were worried about the kind of decision that you were making and the circumstances of the decision, and you by omission did not tell anybody that you had already made the decision. Do you guys see how that's a problem? If you guys see how that's a problem, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't see how that's a problem, give me a thumbs down. She's literally out here lying by omission. Like, that's not okay. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's in here. I appreciate you guys watching. If you guys have not smashed that like button yet, please take a moment. We got 54 people watching and we got 59 likes. If everybody can bang on that like and get us to 100, that'd be great.
It down. I didn't tell anybody on public until when I was
all right,
drinking a
NY,
glass of wine in Miami.
Take it easy, bro.
And they called me out. They were like, "You're pregnant." I still didn't want to explain.
Right, didn't you make a post where you were like, "Oh, it's okay to drink a little bit even if you're pregnant"?
Yeah,
but at that time you weren't even pregnant at all.
I was just trying to educate these people. Like, it's okay to have one glass of wine.
Well, you at that point you were still, but at that point were you still intending to carry on as if you, at least publicly, that you were still pregnant?
I was gonna tell them anyway.
Okay.
So I scheduled the podcast with. Oh no, I mean the show was duked it down. So I was gonna tell them like later on, but I just wanted my vacation, like a little vacation.
Okay. Nick, could you go to 5425?
Now, that's interesting because that right there, that little part right there actually calls into question some time frame issues. That actually calls into question some time frame issues. And so again, this is what I'm saying. This is why lying by omission, I mean, it's just she got everybody out here looking bad.
Take her word for it, and that he did hurt you. I don't doubt you there. Do you think it's like, do you see yourself just moving on from this?
What do you mean?
Like, y'all could just drop it, just move on with your lives.
I did. That's why I chose in the end to take the bill.
No, I don't mean that. I mean just like this ongoing conflict with them.
Should I move on? You mean?
No, I mean, have you considered that?
Yes, I am moving on with my life, and
But you said you're pursuing a lawsuit against him.
Yes, he still need to get what he deserves.
And to be clear, you're doing a defamation.
Fresh needs to get what he deserves. Now here goes my question: what does he deserve? Aside from like roast videos on YouTube, what does he deserve? See, this is my question. What does he deserve? Like let's actually talk about that. Besides getting roasted on YouTube, besides getting roasted on Reddit, besides the reaction videos that they get, what is it that he deserves? See, because now what was going on is like now we're going down a dangerous path, and like now what you have is like people supporting basically what's looking like a lynching. He deserves what exactly? What does Fresh deserve other than what he's getting already? Now, if somebody asks me, like, do he deserve to get roasted? Yes. Do they deserve reaction videos? Yes. Do they deserve to get made fun of? Yes. Do they deserve to get criticized? Yes. Do they deserve to get prosecuted? I don't. If they commit a crime, I think they deserve to be prosecuted. But I don't know. I don't know if there's a crime that's been committed. And so just because we don't like somebody, we're going to go ahead with all of this and say, yeah, just throw them in jail, even though they haven't committed a crime. I don't know how that helps anybody. Yeah, shout out to Debo. Yeah, they did say that. As we go further, yeah, they say that they want him in jail. Now here goes my thing. Want him in jail for what? That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Shout out to John. John said, now, if Fresh was not black, would they say the same thing? It's wild how they got me asking this question for this dude. Facts. And ain't nobody up here, asking this question on Fresh's defense or on Fresh's behalf. What we're doing is we're looking at Daisy and Noel. It just so happens that Fresh is the idiot that decided to deal with these two chicks. And now we're watching how these two chicks are trying to form like Voltron on him. You know what I'm saying? But again, the people that just really are scorned about Fresh and Fit, like the people that just really don't like Fresh and Fit, they'll try to detract from what we're trying to look at here and say, oh, you guys are just taking up for Fresh and Fit, and you guys love Fresh and Fit and this, that, and the other. And it's like, you can say that as much as you want to, but I got a whole content library that proves otherwise. So, yeah. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, this is a lynching. Look how irrational people get to try to protect their hurt little feelings when you could just legit not get involved. Exactly. And I agree 100%, bro. They don't know about the Simp and Walter jam. Right. Facts. Shout out to Mo Fax. Mo Fax said, remember, she came in on a pro-black tip. I mean, literally and figuratively. He not in me with a pro-black tip. He not in me. You know what I'm saying? He not in me with the pro-black tip. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, like, man, as far as and that's what I'm saying. That's why I be questioning all that stuff. I didn't buy none of that mess. I didn't buy none of that mess at all. None of this stuff fooled me. You know what I'm saying? None of it fooled me. it just, I don't know. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Let's get it.
Lawsuit,
yeah.
and then also it's like a coercion. It's intentional. I believe it's, well, I don't know what you're specifically going for, but intentional infliction of emotional distress, something like that.
Yeah, and he could have bring me a serious STD.
But he didn't. So what are your damages?
Yeah, damages.
You can't give somebody legal ramifications for coulda beens. You know what I'm saying? You can't give people legal ramifications for coulda beens. Like coulda been how?
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
You know what I'm saying? Could have been house. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't do that. That's not how that works. That's not what the legal system is there for.
I think you can sue somebody for what they could have potentially done to you.
Yeah.
So he didn't give you an STD.
He did.
Oh.
I'm fine right now. He gave me ultra infection.
Oh, what?
What?
A UTI.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can hold on, but
you can get
you can get a,
holding
Yeah,
in your
it's
pee
not-
too long.
I don't think a
Yeah,
UTI isn't necessarily sexual.
Okay, fine. Then.
But so you intend to
But let's say
sue him? You intend to sue him?
Hey, shout out to AB. AB said Fresh didn't use logic when he talked to her. He didn't use logic when he not in her either. He didn't use no logic when he not in her.
For a
I am
UTI?
No, not just this.
Okay. Well, no, I know there's other things, but
Yeah.
I'm asking why you are planning to sue him. But
Why shouldn't I? Like they are defaming me and putting slander on me. Why shouldn't I? Like everybody's calling me.
Who's they? Like them?
His partner Myron. So
what's the main thing that they're accusing you of that you find defamatory?
they call me an professional escort.
An escort. Okay.
Yeah.
And you don't have.
She mad because they. She's mad because they like. It don't matter. Like you can get as mad as you want to, man. But like you can't throw somebody in jail because they called you a name, though. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't do that.
You have no history of escorting?
No.
Okay. Because they did release a video, which
I already.
That's not you, though, correct? Okay.
I addressed that already,
Sure.
which is also why I'm working with my lawyer.
Okay.
And they ruined my reputation, and I lost a lot.
I disagree with that. I disagree. Let me ask you guys this question. Out of all of the things that Fresh and Fit have said about Daisy, how much of what Fresh and Fit have said about Daisy have impacted your view on her? How much of what Fresh and Fit have said about Daisy have impacted your view on her? Nothing Fresh and Fit have said have impacted my view on Daisy for two reasons. The first reason is because when she was called out as an escort before by the people on Reddit, they debunked it. Then they come back around and come with the same accusations on their own. That right there nullifies anything that Fresh and Fit have to say as far as I'm concerned. You know what I'm saying? Now, as far as the accusations of her being an escort, I don't really care or know about those. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't think that anybody's really shown sufficient proof. I think that people have shown things that would make for good speculation, but I don't think that there's anybody that has shown slam dunk, definitive, nail in the coffin proof of her being an escort. However, the only thing that has convinced me that Daisy is a piece of crap is Daisy herself. Shout out to This Is a Test Name 1234. What's good with you? Daisy herself, Daisy's behavior, Daisy's inconsistencies, Daisy's not being able to stay off the internet. Daisy is who convinced me that Daisy is bad. See, one of the problems is that everybody that's invested in this, they're so invested in keeping the focus on Fresh and Fit that they just literally let Daisy get away with everything. And since they weren't paying attention to Daisy and they were only paying attention to Fresh and Fit, they didn't see how bad and how scummy Daisy was. Daisy been bad. You know what I'm saying? Daisy been bad.
You have damages?
Yes.
Okay.
And they also call me a thief, which I am not. I've never steal from anybody.
You're filing this lawsuit in New York, is that correct?
I think so, yeah. Because my lawyers are in New York.
Did you do any venue shopping? Because New York actually has fairly strong, it's a good state, is my understanding, to be a plaintiff in the defamation case when it comes to being, like, if you're in New York, I think.
What do you mean? You're saying that's difficult to do it?
No, I'm saying that's probably one of the best states if you're a plaintiff in a defamation case.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious why you didn't, given that he lives in Florida, you were in Florida when.
I don't know any lawyer in Florida.
It just seems like venue shopping a little bit. Like you chose the best state to file a defamation lawsuit.
I was in New York when I deal with.
Or you haven't filed it yet, correct?
Not yet.
But
I'll still give it a shot. Yeah.
But 100% you are intending.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll try to get through all this. So, because I know Andrew's got a bunch of questions, so I'll try to get through this as quick as I can. Okay. You said at 38 minutes that you hid the time that you had your abortion. So there was a period of time while there's this like kind of, it was going viral on the internet.
Yeah, I didn't hide it.
No, but you said said you hid your abortion.
I want to know why she wasn't interviewed like this on every platform that she went on. Like, I'm not trying to be funny or anything like that, but like it's just really irritating to me that it seems like for whatever reason, the Whatever podcast was the only platform that was capable of actually just giving her a straight down the middle interrogation. I don't know. I don't know why that was, but I don't think that should have been. And I think that people really need to ask that question. Like, what was the problem? What was the dysfunction? What do you guys think went wrong? Let me know what you guys think was the issue.
There's difference between secret and lie. I did not lie. I just didn't tell anybody. I got it down. I didn't tell anybody on public until when I was drinking a glass of wine in Miami, and they called me out. They were like, "You're pregnant." I still didn't want to explain.
Right? Didn't you make a post where you were like, "Oh, it's okay to drink a little bit, even if you're pregnant"?
Yeah,
but at that time you weren't even pregnant at all.
I was just trying to educate these people. Like, it's okay to have one glass of wine.
Well, at that point were you still intending to carry on as if you, at least publicly, that you were still pregnant?
Yeah,
I was gonna tell them anyway.
Okay.
So
I think Win Lose a Rug hit the nail on the head. I think that Win Lose a Rug hit the nail on the head. Win Lose a Rug said, "It's clear this podcast focused on her, while everyone else kept the focus on Fresh. They would glaze over her inconsistencies, often filled in parts of the story for her." Facts. If you guys agree with Win Lose a Rug, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, and again, like I said, bro, hey, man, listen.
Schedule the podcast was, the show was duked it down. So I was gonna tell them like later on, but I just wanted to make a vacation, like a little vacation.
Okay. Nick, could you go to 5425? Let me know when you have it in the video. And just a reminder, guys, we are taking a pause on all the chats and the TTSs just while we get through the segment. Go ahead, Nick.
Until I take you guys down, like I'm not gonna shut up.
Okay.
Like, she told me to shut up.
You can pause. I'm just like, so
as you guys can see, one of her biggest things is that she's not gonna shut up. We know you're not gonna shut up, and you're gonna screw yourself by not shutting up. Yeah, bro. Didn't I tell you? I told you, bro. It's not even gonna matter. It's not even gonna matter. Don't even get upset. It's not even gonna matter. Doesn't matter. Literally, everything will just go on like nothing happened, which is I've seen it before. I've been around for a long time. This is a test name 1 2 3 4. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not a very successful YouTuber, you know what I'm saying? But I've been around for a long time. I've literally seen it time and time again. And it'll happen even more. You'll see it even more. I call those kind of people, quote unquote, everybody's favorite YouTubers. Everybody's favorite YouTubers that do stuff, and people just they'll gloss it over. Now, if it was me, right? Because my channel's so small. Oh, if something like this happened with me, oh, bro, it'll be a wrap. You see how sensitive and touchy and weird people are about watching my channel now. You know, they'll only watch it like if they feel like it. You know what I'm saying? And I've never even done anything where, you know what I'm saying, it's like some type of inconsistencies or I'm purposely painting a narrative or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So just imagine if this was me. Oh, man, it'll be over, bro. I had to completely restart. You know what I'm saying? I had to completely rebuild the platform. With these people that have the cushion because they got so many subscribers, doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. Life goes on tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
What, I think I might have already asked this, but what prompted you to decide to like leak all this, go public?
That's my revenge. To be honest, he hurt me. I want to hurt him. That's all.
I'm just curious though, like, because I mean,
wait, did you say revenge?
Yes.
That you did this out of revenge?
Everybody
to hurt him?
knows. Everybody knows. They didn't like that, the fact I leaked the message. Nobody agreed with this, but I still do it. I'm not regretting it. It's because when somebody tried to hurt me, and actually they did, and they don't think about the consequence after. And am I letting them just move on like that? Like they're never gonna learn a lesson if they don't. If I didn't do anything, actually, like that's.
I think that the only one that hasn't learned a lesson is her. Daisy sitting up there talking about people learning lessons. She the only one that ain't learned no damn lesson. Daisy the only one that haven't learned a lesson. Why she sit up there saying other people didn't learn a lesson?
To damage them. So you can go ahead and judge me for being whatever.
I'm not judging you. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying the public.
Yeah,
like I really didn't mind. Like they can.
I'm not mad at that, Marcus. I'm not mad at that at all. Now, again, by the time Fresh and Fit had came out with their receipts, though, I already had my mind made up about the type of person that Daisy was, based on things that she had said and just things about her. Now, as far as Fresh and Fit go with the receipts and all of that stuff, again, I'm not discounting Fresh and Fit's receipts. I need more of what they were saying as far as to say whether she is an escort or not, right? But I had already had Daisy sized up as a bad person anyway. You know what I'm saying? Now, what I did find interesting though about that was the Reddit users. The Reddit users had accused Daisy of being an escort, right? And then Fresh and Fit attempted to debunk it. But what I find interesting about the Reddit stuff was that when Fresh and Fit then tried to come back and say that she was an escort, they didn't use any of those claims or any of that information that the Reddit users had. So I'm curious as to what that stuff was that the Reddit people had. Somebody had said some of that stuff was fake. Somebody said that it wasn't. And see, like, that's just the problem when there's fake stuff and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to use stuff that's 110% confirmed or verified. If it's not, if I can't say with 100% definitive evidence that this is exactly what this is, I'm not gonna use it. I gotta look at it as speculation. You know what I'm saying?
Motivation, you think that the primary motivation that you had was—
However, though, right, I've always also questioned this. We already know that Fresh pays for box, right? So if you ask me, the question of whether Daisy is or isn't an escort is irrelevant. I don't think that that's relevant at all. I think what's relevant is the fact that Daisy is clearly a modern woman. That's the kind of woman that Fresh and Fit will show you how to get. And Fresh decided to bust in her raw. And she substantiates the fact that she's kind of a scummy mud duck female. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mage TV. Mage says she wasn't interviewed like that because the other dudes thought that they could finesse some ass out of her and the chicks hated Fresh. Now, here goes my question. Why would any dude want to finesse some ass out of her? Why? Why? Why would you want to be swimming in fresh chowder? It's disgusting. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of dudes just don't have no self-respect. They don't have no self-respect at all. And I mean, like, the thing is that, like, you know, let me ask y'all this. How many of y'all have come in contact with a woman, and like when you come in contact with a woman, you're dealing with that woman and listening to her and talking to her, and you guys are friends or whatever, but you see how she deals with another man. Sometimes you see how a woman deals with another man, and that's a red flag. Now, I'm a pessimist, right? I always look at things from a half glass empty perspective. You know what I'm saying? And from the glass half empty perspective, I'm sitting up here looking at this situation like, if this is how she was with Fresh, then how would she be with me? Because ultimately, if the relationship deteriorates, I'm watching her in the deterioration. And so this is how she gonna move. You know what I'm saying? And so Ern says, no self-respect, like your friend Duke. Scared to talk about him. Duke's never made a live stream about me, so why would I make a live stream about him? Why would I just do that? Let me see. The title of this live stream says, "Whatever podcast proves that women like Daisy are dangerous." Right? So if I'm clout chasing, right, and I'm clout chasing on the internet, why would I talk about Duke when I'm talking about Abba and Preach? Didn't Abba and Preach have the first interview with her? And didn't I say if Abba and Preach had depicted her in the right way, then none of the subsequent fallout would have happened? Because they ultimately had the biggest influence? Did I not say that? So I just want y'all to pay very close attention to that, because what that is, and neither did Fresh and Fit. Neither did Fresh and Fit. Neither did Vivek Ramaswamy. Neither did Steven Crowder. Neither did Candace Owens. Neither did that police officer, Gregory Moan, that I did a video about yesterday. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Just saying. So, but what this is that you will see people in the comment section try to cause beefs between content creators for their own entertainment. Which, I mean, like, if you got a beef with a content creator, just make a stream about them. Maybe they'll react to you, maybe they won't. But don't try to manipulate other content creators into starting beefs with other content creators for your own entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Like, that, to me, that's kind of weird. Whatever podcast never made a stream about me either. Probably nobody or nothing that I've ever done any content about has ever made a stream about me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I don't make streams about holding people accountable. What streams do I make about holding people accountable? Do you think that what's going on here is Daisy's being held accountable? No, I said Daisy's a piece of crap. I don't think who's going to hold her accountable? I don't have no power to hold her accountable. What stream have I ever made about somebody needing to be held accountable? I don't even believe in YouTube accountability. How do you hold somebody accountable on YouTube? What is a YouTube stream about somebody going to actually do to influence their actual life? How do you even hold somebody accountable on YouTube? How do you do that? How do you hold somebody accountable on YouTube? How do you make a stream holding somebody accountable when you've said, which is me, I've said this before, I don't think that holding somebody accountable on YouTube is possible. I think that accountability is a buzzword. How does that work? How does that work? Do you think that's what this is? This is an accountability stream? Let me ask you guys this question. Do you all think that this is an accountability stream? If you guys think that this is an accountability stream, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Now, I've done mad videos about Abba and Preach. Sometimes I agree with them, sometimes I don't. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to figure out is who's holding anybody accountable? Is this what accountability looks like? Shout out to Antithesis. What's good with it, bro? Is this what accountability looks like? I ain't holding none of these people accountable. As far as I'm concerned, people can do whatever they want to do. I'm just trying to figure out why Fresh busted in her. If you are going to talk about somebody, why not talk about the whole picture? Let's see. Whatever podcast proves that women like Daisy are dangerous. I don't know. I've been the only one from day one saying that women like Daisy are dangerous. So that's the picture that I painted, and that's the picture that I believe. What other picture am I supposed to be talking about? What other picture should I be talking about? Why care about why he busted her? That's weird. Actually, it's not, because they actually have a podcast that allegedly shows dudes how to vet women, right? So if you're vetting women for yourself that are going to cause you a lot of problems, isn't that kind of not the purpose of the show? You should be vetting women that aren't going to cause you problems. Isn't that how that works? Again, if he's telling dudes how to get women and he's teaching dudes to get women who are not optimal women, that's not something that anybody should be concerned about. If you're selling a bad product, you shouldn't have a product review. Okay. I mean, that's how you feel. There's a whole industry for product reviews that say otherwise, but okay. Okay. You clearly don't think that people should worry about the quality of women that they get, which is fine. That's your prerogative. I think that it's interesting that these dudes claim to go after these good women, these tradcon women, and then they have alleged escorts that they're dealing with. I think that that's interesting. And one of the things that I think is interesting about it is because clearly people actually believe what they say. They got millions of subscribers. No, nobody's deflecting from anything. You haven't even answered any of the questions that I asked. What your question is you want me to just randomly do streams about other YouTubers to entertain you, and you haven't even given me any super chats. you haven't even justified entertaining you or even reading any of your comments. Now, my thing is that if you have a problem with Duke, everything that you're saying in my chat, you should go over to his chat and tell him. You know what I'm saying? And so you just make the assumption that I don't have a job. You're begging me to make a stream, right? You see that $sign at the bottom? If I'm making content and you're begging me for content, you're going to have to pay me for that content. As far as having a job goes, when I go to my job and do my job that I'm hired at, I make money from my job. And I got to agree. If you guys agree with John, holding people accountable is just a talking point on YouTube. Give me a thumbs up. Yeah, it's just a talking point. It's not real. You're not holding anybody accountable on YouTube. But I'm trying to figure out why you feel that I don't have a job, though, simply because you asked me to do something. And then I said, there's the $sign at the bottom. And I don't have a job because of that. So do you think that any amount of super chat that you give me is going to be enough to sustain my life? Like, you know what I'm saying? You give me a $5 super chat that's going to somehow make more money than what I make hourly at my job. Seriously, make it make sense. Oh, good shit. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Standing on business from yesterday. He came in here telling you what to talk about long enough. Yeah, I agree. But I'm glad that you did that. But what is it again? Like it's just interesting though. It's just interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just weird. You know what I'm saying? Like people will come in with troll accounts and stuff like that, and then try to create a situation where they can clip like 5 minutes of you saying something, and then they'll switch to another account and send it to a content creator and say, this content creator was over there trashing you. And most times content creators, they don't even be paying attention to what anybody says. They'll get the email or they'll get the link, and then they'll just put a stream up and start going in. And a lot of the people in the comment section, this is how a lot of people in the comment section on YouTube make their own entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Which is weird. You know what I'm saying? But that's what people do though. So I need to make a live stream about Duke. I don't understand why I need to make a live stream about Duke. Duke's never said anything about me. You know what I'm saying? Duke's never attacked me. So like on YouTube now, it's my job to just make live streams about random people because people in the comment section say to. And then it's like, okay, you want me to do this kind of content. There goes the $sign at the bottom and no dollars. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I'm broke, right? If I can't eat, I'm broke.
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
I don't think it's in very good taste to come asking me to do something for free. You know what I'm saying? I mean, would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah. Windows and Rug said, damn, dude got these dudes hurt. That's why he keeps pumping out content, bro. Look, hey, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But that's just weird though. You know what I'm saying? That's just weird. But like I said though, a lot of times on YouTube, people like to try to create their own entertainment. It was a time when somebody came into my comment section a while ago and they kept bringing up another content creator and they was trying to like get me to say something about that content creator. And I'm like, I don't even know that dude all like that. I don't know why you keep bringing him up. I don't have a problem with him. He ain't ever done nothing to me. I'm not going to just go on a rant about this individual because you keep bringing him up. You know what I'm saying? This happened a while ago. I want to say like maybe like 2 years ago. And what's funny about it is that the content creator that they came in trying to cause a beef with was actually somebody that I watch. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't really about to start no beef with this motherfucker anyway, because he's somebody that I watch. But like, it's just interesting though. Like, you just, you know what I'm saying? You just, that's what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, wow.
Vengeance, you wanted to kind of get back.
First, revenge, because he hurt me, so I want to hurt him. Second, because I wanted to warn other women as well, because there is a lot of message that I've been getting. That
when you say he hurt you, what precisely did he do? He broke up with you?
No, he made me pregnant, and he didn't want to take the accountability.
Now, he made me pregnant. What y'all think about that? What y'all think about the whole he made me pregnant thing? Isn't getting pregnant something that requires two people? You can't just get pregnant by yourself, right? So my question is, like, in this situation, why is it that so many times you hear people just say that this individual just got them pregnant? Like, that's just what happened. Like, this person just forced pregnancy on me. Did Fresh Prince CEO force pregnancy on Daisy? Is that what happened?
But okay, I
don't.
Does him getting you pregnant, was that him hurting you?
He get me pregnant and didn't want me to.
Hey, you want to know what's crazy? I also want y'all to pay attention to how people get down in certain sectors of YouTube, right? Y'all know where we are. Now, we've been watching this for a long time, and I actually watched this live stream, some parts of it while it was live. This whatever podcast, they had, I want to say like 9,000 people. Yeah, they had 9,000 people watching. And do you know that of the 9,000 people that were watching, none of them said, why are you guys scared to make a video about Fresh and Fit? Why don't you guys criticize Fresh and Fit? Did you guys know that? They had 9,000 people watching, and literally none of their subscribers said that. What does that tell you about that part of YouTube versus this part of YouTube? About the people that comment and the people that watch. One difference is that they got that podcast to 4 million subscribers. You know what I'm saying? The other is they had that many people, and out of all the people that they had, not one of them tried to instigate anything. What's that say? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kurt. Kurt said, what the heck is whatever podcast? Fresh and Fit looking at them like they not us. We looking at Fresh and Fit like they not us. Yeah, facts. Facts. Make sure y'all show Kurt some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat from my man Kurt standing on business. And for Win Lose a Rug standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Cameron Jones says on code. I don't even know if I would say it's on code. I would just say common sense, basic courtesy, just normal human behavior, not moving like a zoo escapee. which is weird. I'm just saying. 9,000 people. Not one super chat like that. Why y'all think that is? I don't think that is because of being on code. I think it's something else. I don't know what it is though, but I just don't think that it's being on code. I think that it's something else. You only see that kind of stuff around certain parts. That's why I said I'm for real actively trying to move my channels out of some of the algorithms that I'm in. You know what I'm saying?
To keep the baby, that's hurt. That hurts.
Was he like telling you he didn't want to have a baby?
You just
or,
heard
like,
the voice.
I did.
You heard exactly what he said. Go take a pill. He didn't even say, "Oh, come to Florida, come to Miami. I'm gonna go to the hospital with you." If you no, we broke up already. We can't keep the kid. Like he can just say anything like that's nice. Like he's all of a sudden he switched from somebody that's nice, charming, to somebody that's like, I'm just a stranger. Like deal with yourself. Like that's how I get it. That's how fuming I was.
Yeah, and he deserved to be punished for that, right?
Thanks for that. Yeah.
So I'm just
he did. I mean, he did, right? He deserved to be punished. He deserved for you to.
So look, so Andrew Wilson about to just get her all wrapped up into his little psychological game that he about to play. Look, watch this.
To punish him for doing that horrible thing to you, right?
Well, I didn't expect that from you, but thank you.
Okay, but he did, right? Didn't he?
He's asking you.
Didn't he deserve to I mean, he deserved it, right?
He did.
No, your mission is not complete. And yeah, we made a rule yesterday. When you come in trying to instruct us on what we're supposed to be doing, we're going to instruct you that you're not going to instruct us what to do anymore. Nobody's begging for money. You're begging for content. You said that you don't need anybody to talk about Duke when literally all of your comments have been about Duke. No one's begging for money. I haven't asked anybody for a dime. What I told you, and I didn't even ask you for any money. What I said was, you're trying to tell me to do content and you haven't even sent me a super chat. I don't know if you understand that. Like when you go to Walmart and Walmart is charging you for the product that you want, do you tell them that they're begging and you just walk out of the store? Are we living in a society where having a job is such a rare thing that people don't think that other people have jobs? It's wild. Yeah, no, I haven't begged, bro, but okay. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody in the chat. How many dollars have I asked for? Ever since I've been on YouTube? Put a number in the chat. I just find it interesting that you think that you're entitled to have all the attention directed at you and not contribute anything. That's just interesting. It's the you have a similar entitlement to Daisy. Yeah, you haven't sent me a super chat. You're demanding content to be made and not providing anything to service that demand. You're in here panhandling for content. You're the one asking for things, not us. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kurt. Make sure y'all show Kurt some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Silence! Silence! I ain't got no money, pa.
Kurt said, I don't know nothing about none of this, but your boy Ern needs to kick rocks and go get duked. Oh, man. Damn. If y'all agree with Kurt, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to John Guillory. John said, you asked for 1,000 Bitcoins on the back chat. You forgot. Yeah, I forgot, bro. Speaking of 1,000 Bitcoins, bro, nobody's going around calling Michael Saylor a beggar. You guys notice that? Michael Saylor begs for equity to borrow from his shareholders that he then uses to buy Bitcoin and then pays them off in a year for his $1 billion company. Who he's actually begging his shareholders for money. Nobody calls him a beggar, which is interesting. You know what I'm saying? But again, just you can see the double standards though, which is one of the reasons why we got to point these things out. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man AB Promotions. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Why are you gay?
Make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for AB Promotions. Yeah, man, YouTube is a wild place, man. Like I said, so y'all see it. Again, all the things that I keep telling y'all, this is y'all see it, right? This is why, for one, I'm doing what I'm doing, and for two, it's why I'm moving. I'm telling y'all, I'm actively moving my channel out of these algorithms that I'm in into other algorithms. Because who wants to deal with that? Who wants to deal with this? You know what I'm saying? But I tell you what, though, you will see that kind of stuff in this part of YouTube all the time, which is sad because it shouldn't be like that, but you see it all the time. Do a whole timeout, bro. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, we got one rule over here. You know what I'm saying? If you don't watch any of the productive content that we do, don't come in here and tell us to do other type of content. That's the only rule. And you came in and you broke that one rule. You can't watch a stream about cryptocurrency. You can't watch a stream about politics. You can't watch a stream about crime. You can't watch a stream about any of that kind of stuff. But then you want to, when we're doing a stream about this, you want to come to this stream and tell us what we need to be doing. Not happening. Not happening. Because you could have watched the stream about crime yesterday and you didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I mean, he needed to be punished, didn't he?
Yes. Is he really punished? I don't know.
Yeah. And he still needs to be punished, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to like see him in jail or like?
Yes.
Whoa.
Okay.
So
jail.
Now, let me ask y'all this question. How many of you all feel that Fresh Prince CEO needs to be in jail? For what? That's going a little bit too far. And the fact that these people just, you know what I'm saying, like they just don't care. It's wild. Because again, this could be any one of us. You know what I'm saying? If we just decided to move as completely reckless as we, as completely reckless as we can. How many of y'all think that Fresh Prince CEO deserved to be in jail because of his interactions with Daisy? If you guys feel that he needs to be in jail, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. And I gotta agree. I gotta agree with Win Lose a Rug. She blowing it. Facts. In more ways than one. You know what I'm saying? In more ways than one.
Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing? Swallowing, goggling.
You know what I'm saying? If she actually has a case or if she actually plans on going to court or whatever, she's not doing herself any favors, man. This is going to make things worse for her. You know what I'm saying? But hey.
Yes.
Straight to jail.
Yes.
Straight to jail.
Yes.
So you think
for for knocking you up?
For making me pregnant, for making other women pregnant, for giving other women STD while knowing he sleep with multiple women without protection.
Okay, Maddie, go fix that, please. Oh, I think they might have it. Just double check. Sorry, guys. Our fucking welcome to the Whatever Podcast.
Just trying to come down.
Production quality is fantastic. Wait, hold on. Don't. It's good. All right. Oh, that's what fell. This is his thing. Okay. All right. So I am a little bit confused. So if you had so much conviction about keeping the child and being against abortion, the father being a perceived or actual scumbag who doesn't want involvement, and the ensuing drama, the public drama, it doesn't seem like enough pretext to go and get an abortion if it's against your religion, against your values. So I'm just a little confused
There's
there.
a lot of different reasons. One of the main reasons because I was like during the pregnancy, while I had to fight with all of them, I was like very stressed. You know, I was worried
Why
about
were
my
you stressed?
health. Why would I stress?
No, I'm not questioning that you were stressed, but why were you stressed? Because of the
Because they were
drama.
putting the drama, the allegations on me, and especially he never like actually made any.
Y'all got me dying laughing. Vega said the baby is gone and she has no evidence that it was his now. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Kirk. Make sure y'all show Kirk. Make sure y'all show Kurt some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for Kurt.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo. Sipping water, ain't claim to be a king, but he lied about everything, don't need a thing. Said he slept 1,000 women straight up lying. But when it comes to honesty, he's always trying. He posted from not spending the time on the ladies, but we all know he's just fronting like crazy. Said he's a music producer, but it's all fake. Just a mask he wears, and it's all a mistake. Simping water with his wet.
Oh man, this is what I'm saying, bro. Men should go to jail for getting women pregnant, bro. It's over. It's full on matriarchy. You ain't never lied, bro. If y'all agree with Kurt, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, then give me a thumbs down. And that's why the title of the video is Whatever Podcast Proves That Women Like Daisy Are Dangerous. Now, again, I don't know if Ern is still in here or not, but whatever people's gripes might be with Duke, right? I'm pretty sure that Duke didn't say that guys who get women pregnant should go to jail, which is, again, why the stream is titled Whatever Podcast Proves That Women Like Daisy Are Dangerous, which is why we're talking about this, because Daisy said it and it's on the Whatever Podcast. Does that make sense? If that makes sense to everybody, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, give me a thumbs down. I know one person that is probably not going to make any sense to, but I don't know how that wouldn't make sense to anybody.
Announcement. He was keeping his mouth shut while his partner was speaking for him. So I want you to just be a man up. Like, even if you made a mistake, just say, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. That's okay. I take a
matter of fact, I haven't heard very many people say that men should go to jail for getting women pregnant. Have you guys ever heard that before? How many of y'all? I haven't really come across anybody that extreme. This is probably my first time hearing something like that.
apologize, even though it takes both to, you know, how to say, to get pregnancy. So like
two to tango.
Yeah, two. So like I would be okay. Like he just so stubborn. He wouldn't even apologize to me.
Wait, apologize for what?
For what?
Like,
well, I mean, he's a real son of a bitch, right? I mean, treating you like that. I mean, he kind of has it coming, right? Kind of has it coming.
Well, I didn't really know that because I just like personally, I just wanted to feel who this guy is. Like, I didn't know he's like this scumbag until he broke up with me. I searched him on Google. A lot of things came out. I'm like, wait, this can't be true. So
Yeah.
that's also
Facts. I gotta agree with Vega, and this is what I was saying. This is exactly what I was saying. She believes, listen, this is gonna sound vulgar, right? She believes that she got $1 million pussy. Would y'all agree? If y'all agree, give me a thumbs up. She feel that she got $1 million pussy, and she didn't get $1 million. So she's pissed. She's pissed. That's what this is about. She gave Fresh that $1 million box. At least in her mind, she thinks that it's worth $1 million, and she didn't get nothing for it. She's pissed about it. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Oh, you got some of my $1 million box, and I ain't getting nothing out of it. Oh, I'm pissed. I'm pissed. You gonna pay? Yeah, on here she tells men they can't afford to book her. Oh, you got a price? How much you cost? How much you cost? She probably cost more than that Airbnb that they were shacked up in. You know what I'm saying?
So why?
And when somebody treats you like that, I mean, they deserve to be punished by you, don't they?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So a couple more questions. So you said that would you say that the primary reason for you getting the abortion was because you were stressed out by this whole thing?
That's the main reason.
That's the main reason.
There's another reason. As I told everybody, I was growing up in a single family. My parents broke up when I was 10. And when I was in childhood, when I was in school, people always laughing about me, making fun about me without, like, I don't have a mother. You know, like, it's just like very tough for me. Like, my childhood, very tough. Like, I don't want my kid to go through similar situation as me.
Okay. So, but you said the primary reason was because of the stress. Is that correct? The stress, that was the main reason from all the drama with Fresh and all that. That was the main reason you decided to get the abortion.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that you kind of brought some of this on yourself?
Yes.
Because truthfully, like, looking at all this retrospectively, had you kept all this private, had you not leaked the phone call? Because I mean, they have grounds to have been upset with you for leaking a private phone call.
Yeah.
You could argue that that's a pretty big breach of trust, even though you guys had broken up. And I mean, look, maybe he wasn't moving in the best way when it comes to his relationship with you.
Yeah.
But I mean, leaking a private, it's not just leaking the phone call. I mean, you intentionally, there was like forethought. It was premeditated. You recorded the phone call with the intention of then releasing it.
Yeah.
So I mean, perhaps none of this stress would have been caused if you just tried to handle this privately. And you did take in this conflict, in this war that you're now finding yourself in, you did kind of take the first shot.
What do you guys think? What I think is that that's a perfect place to pause, and then we'll have a part 2 later on. I think that you guys are actually feeling this interview, and I think that there's more that we can dissect, and we may as well, you know what I'm saying, do a part 2, because there's still more parts. There's still more parts that we need to go over and look at Daisy's response. You know what I'm saying? But let me know what you guys think. You guys want a part 2? If you guys want a part 2, let me know. Now, if we do a part 2, it probably won't be till late night, because I gotta go be jobless all day. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go. I gotta go be jobless all day. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go be jobless because these super chats, these gonna take care of me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to AB Promotions. These gonna take care of me. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen again. Shout out to my man Ron. Shout out to my man AB. Shout out to my man Biggest Smack. Shout out to my man AB. Shout out to Biggest Smack again. Hold on real quick. Shout out to Biggest Smack. Shout out to my man Lloyd Scott 9. Appreciate it. Shout out to my man AB again. Shout out to Michael R. Michael R. been a member forever. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Michael R. for being a member for so long. Shout out to Kirk. Make sure y'all show Kirk some love. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug, standing on been there for 7 months. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Shout out to Kirk again. Shout out to AB Promotions again. And shout out to Kirk again. with the simping level over 9,000, bro. Final boss level simping. Oh yeah, her and Andrew Wilson questioning. That's a really good intense portion. Yeah, so we'll definitely get it cracking again later on. It might be late night. You know what I'm saying? If I can do it earlier, I'll try to do it earlier, but it might mess around and be late night. You know what I'm saying? Because your boy I got some things I got to do. And plus, it takes a lot of time being jobless. So I got to make sure that I spend, you know what I'm saying, my time being jobless, being as non-productive as I possibly can. I appreciate each and every one of you guys, man. If y'all haven't hit that like button yet, please hit that like button. If y'all haven't shared the stream yet, share the stream. I will see you guys later on with part 2. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,
Walk up in the life. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Don't believe me? Come and see me. Got 3 wishes from my genie. Now I'm on your local TV. Y'all on tour. Got demons. Say she wanna come and see me when I'm in a local city. I'm like, pause though. Please step aside so they can see me. And I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. I'm the realest from my city. That's on money, that's on Kiwi, that's on mamas. Niggas don't believe me, come and see me. I been dodging all that fake. All these niggas working broke, but I been getting paid. All that know me from the street. Flexing for what feature, that's like every other week. Talk behind my back, I kick my feet up, have a seat. Cause at the end of the day, all these watching me as I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him.